Woo! Hello, test, 1, 2, 3. Hello, welcome. So please take the seats in the front, because all audio is better in the front. We ask you to fill up the seats here in the front, not at the back. And we will start in some minutes. In 5 minutes, we will start with the opening. Stay tuned. Okay, now some people still arriving, but I think we should start. Let's start. People will then join us. Please use the black seats at the front where the audio is even better. This is a huge room and therefore we have a huge room effect in audio. Good. So great to be back at SFSCon. Great to have you back. We are really proud that we had now every year since 2001 an SFSCon in South Tyrol. We started very small. Last year we had everything only online. And of course, it was good to have the SFSCon, but it's really, really much better to have a lot of people here in Bolzano at the Neutech Park with us again. That's really impressive. Yesterday evening, I had the pleasure to meet a lot of the speakers at the speakers dinner, and it's amazing to see how much knowledge gets shared in a single evening. So I expect in the next 2 days to have a lot of knowledge sharing here happening at the Neutech Park. So I will give you some input about the logistics, about the SFSCon 2021 edition, and afterwards Vincent Mauroy, our Director for Innovation and Tech Transfer, will do the official opening, the official greetings by Neu. So let's start and see a little bit what I can share with you. Perfect. So first of all, I would like to thank the EU Commission, so the European Enterprise Network, which supports us as a partner organization to organize the Free Software Conference. But I would like to thank mostly our supporters from the industry. It wouldn't be possible to organize a conference like this without the support of companies, important companies who believe in knowledge sharing and in innovation in IT. So first of all, our platinum supporters are Huawei and Telmecom. Huawei is a company probably everybody knows in the room, and we work together since 2 years now to create a very ambitious project. I'm really proud that this project is now with the feet on the ground. It will be presented at the Makerspace as well in a Dev Day workshop. It's a workshop about this new operating system from the Open Harmony family called Oniro. And we have this side event where you can hands-on learn how Oniro works, how you can flash hardware with Oniro, and go on the website SFSCon. Be sure to be registered because side events need a dedicated ticket. Okay? So thanks, Davide Ricci, who is here, the representative of Huawei, the Open Source Technology Center, bringing on this project. Thank you for your support. Then we have Telmecom. Telmecom is a company from here, from South Tyrol, bringing on innovation in infrastructure, so fiber connections and more. And Telmecom supported us as well with the app. There is since last year, but last year it was all online, but this year we have the app now in testing, so you all have the app and so you can interrogate the program of the SFSCon, have a quick check-in lane, all these new features we are testing thanks to the support of Telmecom. Golden sponsor, we have Progress Group. Progress Group is a company here in South Tyrol, mainly active in construction, and there is also a company of the group dedicated to digitalization in the construction sector, and we will also have a presentation about the importance of open standards in the construction sector's digitalization field today in the afternoon. Silver sponsor, we have Gruppo Foss, which is a company group in Italy and Lithuania, I think is also a site. And Gruppo Foss has a site here at the Neutech Park, so it's a Neu company and active in IoT development. And Made in Cima is a web design company which brings new web design further, especially specialized in user experience. Thanks to Made in Cima for the support and also for the support in building the SFSCon website. And as bronze sponsor, we thank 1006.org, a consultancy on around the Postgres database. Catch Solve, which is a noise startup here dedicated in automated testing infrastructure. Bear, company in South Tyrol for smart tourism solutions, and R3GIS, a company here at NOI specialized in public spaces software management. I would also like to thank some organizations which are helping us and supporting us. So the Free Software Foundation Europe, the IOTA Foundation, the Linux User Group Bolzano, and OW2 from Paris, our partner in France. These organizations are organizing tracks to organize knowledge sharing together with you. So follow the tracks, you find the information on the website. And last but not least, I would also thank Sticker Mule, who provided us with stickers for the laptop. So grab your stickers and put the nice SFSCon stickers on your laptops and show to the world you have been here. Good. Who participates online? We have everything in live streaming. On the website, you find the different links to the dedicated landing page. Every track has a landing page where we integrated the video, and we integrated also a chat. We use Matrix as a chat server. The default client is Element. You find a link to activate the chat in your Element instance. It's also a web client. And through the chat, you can post questions which we as moderators then will try to make during the session. This is visualization on how the chat is looking. And last information I want to share with you is a little bit about logistics for the people here physically. This is the NOI Tech Park. At the moment, we are located in the A1 building. In the A1 building, we are here at the ground floor in this huge crane hall. And parallel sessions will happen at -1 floor, -1, where there are other 4 seminar rooms which will be used as parallel rooms and tracks. Afterwards, you can also go outside, you pass the Piazzetta, and you can go to the A4 building where you find the restaurant, which is the Noisteria. It's called Noisteria. And outside from the gate, behind the A3, you find also another restaurant called Alumix. And then we have organized also a food track, so you can use the vouchers we provide you to go for a coffee break, where you can spend up to €3.50. And on Saturday, the first voucher is for Friday, today, you can use a voucher of €15 for lunch. Because we are a lot of people and many people are already in the Noisteria, you can use this voucher if you go for lunch between 13:30 and 15 in the afternoon. So use these 2 vouchers today and tomorrow. And with this, I think I've provided you basic informations about the conference today. If you have any questions, you can ask, of course, at the desks outside. So, and now I'm happy to give the stage to Vincent Mauroy, our Director for Innovation and Tech Transfer at the NOI Tech Park, for the official opening of the SFSCon 2021. Thank you, Vincent.
Good morning also. Thank you, Patrick. Good morning also from my side. Pleasure for me to welcome you all. Most of all, those who came here in physics, but also those online. So the presentation should work now, but it doesn't. Okay, here it is. We went on too much. We go to the back. Thank you. Sorry for that. Oh, here we are. Okay, so Patrick already said a lot about the conference. So it's one of the, let's say, most renowned free software conferences, at least in Europe. It's amazing what kind of traction it gets. Pre-COVID times, there were more than 1,000, 1,300 people participating. According to the data that we have now, 500 should be here, but I don't think we reached the 500. But a lot are also online. So the purpose of it all is at the end to promote free software as the IT infrastructure to bring forward innovation, innovation in both public but also in the private world. Also, I would want to thank, of course, the Enterprise Europe Network, who enables and gives us the opportunity also to organize such a big event. And maybe for the youngest ones in the room, I want to talk a little bit story and then also the purpose of free software and why we at NOI we are doing a lot of free software and why we put the focus on free software. What is not known is that the common good of knowledge is not something that is new as an idea. That is something that was already created or thought about by Robert K. Merton. He was a sociologist in the United States, and he already said in 1942, which is the pre-internet time, that we should make available the data in order for the entire community to progress and improve and innovate and so on. So he already at that time advised scientists to research for the common good and to avoid as much as possible patenting. When we go then to the software world, then of course the main breakthrough was done in 1983 by Richard Stallman, who together, so he started that GNU project, which at the end was a kind of a mass collaboration project to build a free software. In 1985, he also founded the Free Software Foundation, which at the end, the purpose of that foundation is to assure that everybody who is using computers or whatever digital device, that they can do it also freely and also full of control. Then we came to Europe, so the FSFE organization started in 2001 in Europe, and we also have people of that organization present here. They're also part of some tracks, and they will also make presentations. So we can say that software freedom exists in Europe since 2001. And maybe also the importance of the free software. First of all, free software, the free doesn't stand for free of price, but it means freedom. Freedom of using the software, freedom of sharing it, the freedom also even of studying the source code, and also the freedom to improve it. Why is it so important? Because it offers a lot of advantages. So it gives the user a full autonomy. You can share and copy it. You can reuse code. It avoids competition, so it avoids big monopolistic companies and institutions. We have some recent examples also from that also, especially out of the US. It spurs collaboration. There's no lock-in problem. It improves and it fosters at the end innovation on the software side, but not only. And at the end it's safe because the community is acting fast in solving eventually problems or breaches. We cannot talk about free software without talking also about open data, because at the end software works also with data. And I think something that most people don't know, one of the most important things also that Obama did when he came to office, and by the way that was even the first day he came to office, he signed 2 memorandums that pushed and obliged also the government to be more open and to make the data available to the open world. Why did he do that? Because not only he, but his administration, they are a strong believer that putting the data available is good for democracy. It builds trust, everybody is well informed, and also it's necessary to have access to a lot of public data in order to solve big problems. If we think about climate change or the pandemic that we unfortunately had, if some of those data were not available broadly, we couldn't have solved them also in the way we did until now. It not only has a nice democratic effect and an innovation effect, it really has also the open data a big commercial effect also. The European Union estimated that only due to the increasing availability of open data in Europe in 2020, only that will bring an economic return of more than 75 billion euros and create 25,000 jobs, only considering the data analysis sector. We here in South Tyrol, I can say we were kind of a pioneering also in Europe, I would say. So the SFSCon, like Patrick also said, it doesn't start today, it already started in 2001. And the founders or the initiative takers were at the end the LUG from Bolzano. So we thank them also. They also created a special track, especially for tomorrow, to feast that 20 year of anniversary. And as my last slide about Neutech Park, I want to focus also on first of all, the Open Data Hub Day that we also organized already in October. That was the first time that we did it. And if you're interested, you're also invited for next year's edition. In October it will normally take place. And at the end, if you combine the two, those two, so the free software on one side and also the open data on the other side, that is really a strong driver and will deliver a lot of benefits to companies, but also to public institutions to be innovative, creative, to create new things, new business models, and shape the future in a positive way, I would say in a sustainable way. Thank you, and I hand over to Patrick for the proceedings, and I would say enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Vincent, for the official opening of the SFSCon 2021. It's impressive how it's growing year over year, also the community. It's nice to see friends here sitting from all around Europe. And now we come to our first speaker. Two speakers actually are connected online from remote because they participated to a round table yesterday and it was not enough time to come here. I greet Bart de Witte. Oh yeah, I see you. Hi Bart. And Victoria Brandauer. Hello. I see you are in the hotel room. Super, great. Does audio work as well?
I think, we hope.
No, we don't work in the same hotel room. We are
wonderful, we can hear you.
Hi everyone, good morning. So we are in Munich at the moment. We had a digital health conference yesterday here, and the train took 5 hours from Munich to Bolzano, so we couldn't make it. But we hope we have a good connection, so we're looking forward to share our views and our work with you.
Yes, it's great to have you. You see, digital technology is able to connect us even in this way, so we can be everywhere in the world in the future probably and still be connected. I hope to have you physically at Bolzano very soon. But for now, let's have a first taste of the topic, which is very, very interesting for us. It's for OpenAI, so how to use AI and how important it is to have access to data, especially if we talk about our health. So I hand over to you, Bart and Victoria, Unite Data. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, good morning again from our side in Munich. I love technology. I was yesterday virtually in London, and then we were in Munich. So I hope this continues and that we can have these hybrid events. But let me first try to share my screen and see if we already make the first technical hurdle. And I hope that works, because then we are if I don't know if somebody can confirm if the whole screen is shared.
We see your screen.
Okay, excellent. So yes, good morning. So we are the founders of what we call the Hippo AI Foundation. And why Hippo? Healthcare is based on a set of ethical principles, and these go back more than 2,000 years ago. And the founder of these ethical principles was Hippocrates, and he, in his oath that physicians had to take, made a really strong statement. In that statement of the oath was always written that physicians are mandatory obliged to share their knowledge for free without any economical interest. And yes, so Hippocrates was kind of our inspiration. But what we also understood, if we want to create something that is similar to an open source foundation, and Linux had a penguin, we needed some kind of mascot, and we do like hippos. And a hippo is more real as a unicorn, and it's most probably the animal that you don't want to meet in nature, because they are really protective of their children. And that relates to what we are doing. We are building something that is really building a foundation for the future healthcare systems of our children. That kind of was an introduction. And I've passed in big tech. So I worked 19 years in the corporate world for SAP and IBM, always dedicated my work to healthcare. And 2 years ago, I left that world because of a particular reason. Everybody who works with technology has seen that in the last 50 years, technology actually always increased access. There is now a smartphone available in Africa called a Maraphone, which is completely based on open source hardware and open source software, and can be bought for $58. Now, I've been working in healthcare since 20 years, and I haven't seen this democratization process. In the contrary, in healthcare, we talk about Ahrom's law, which is Moore's law spelled the other way backwards, because everything is getting more expensive and nothing is getting as more better in terms of the capacity of the medication, of the technology we use. So I started to think a lot. We can change this. How can we really, truly have the positive effects of technology to healthcare, so we can finally decrease the inequalities and lower the prices and make healthcare more accessible for all. And as healthcare is becoming much more data-driven, data is an extremely important part of this. And during my work, I saw that the internet business models where data is being monetized and being acquired, like Google buys Fitbit and buys all the data, or Roche Pharmaceuticals buy a company that is only 4 years old and they pay $2 billion for it. These are all data acquisitions. So there was this world that started to happen. So that's why I left my job and started to see, how can we solve that problem? How can we solve the problem of data consolidation and monetization? And through that work, I met Victoria, who is a true patient, because that's what we do. If you democratize things, you need to work with the patients. But I'll let her introduce herself.
Good morning also from my side. So I'm Victoria, and I'm coming originally from the startup world. I have a marketing background, so digital marketing, focus mainly on extracting data out of people's behavior and simulating how will the people behave with your own product. What are they going to buy? When are they going to buy? And what does that mean for my profit? And when I turned a patient, I really started thinking, is this the way how we want to treat our medical data? Is this the way we want to keep the knowledge privatized from a company perspective? And when I turned a patient myself, I realized that that I'm still one of the lucky ones because I were able to get access to a very fast diagnosis and a perfect therapy, so that I'm able to be here today. And I thought, if we are going to, privatize that medical knowledge, and this is happening because it's mainly generated out of our data, with the help of AI models, then I thought, how can we make a change here, and how can I make it possible that all the other people affected also have access to that kind of care that I received? And this is where I found Bart, and I'm so glad that I found him and his wonderful mission of the Hippo AI Foundation. And I will talk about that a little bit later. But I became then the first patient of our patient-driven projects. This is basically what we do. We initiate patient-driven projects, and to unite people, to unite data, and establish open AI to, so it can be used for everyone. And our collaboration led to that I joined the Hippo AI Foundation as a co-founder. And yeah, now we're driving this mission together.
Yes, and I'm so thankful for this, and our work is just starting. And before I start going and telling what we are doing, I think it's quite important to take a step back and have a perhaps different perspective on what we actually are doing when we digitalize. And there is a really good book out there from a professor in social theory from Munich, Armin Nasehi. For those who can read German, it's a recommendation. It's called Muster. And in that book, he describes that the digitalization of what is actually being done is nothing else as the duplication of our world through data. And that's kind of a very simple statement, but it is quite powerful, because when I was reading that book, I started then asking questions. When we have so much compute power that you can't differentiate anymore between the original and the copy, who owns then the copy? Do I own that copy, which is a computational model of myself, and it kind of behaves the same way as I do? And then you can also ask questions when reading the book, what happens when the actual data concentrations, like the data consolidations, follow capital concentrations, because that's what I mentioned before, what is happening. There are larger corporates and there are larger financial institutes that are buying data and consolidating data, because the value out of data doesn't come off my single data set. The value out of data comes out of the data relationships of large data cohorts, and that's where the magic actually happens. And in that book, he also said, Armin Nasehi, that the digitalization always focuses on solving a problem. So one of these things where you can duplicate the world is what, for example, Tesla is doing. Tesla, as we all probably know, has a very different approach on reaching the level 5 autonomous driving. There was a lot of skepticism about the approach, but what they are doing is actually to solve one of the problems is simulating the world, because they don't have enough data. There is data that is difficult to source, like on the left side, people running on a highway and perhaps an elephant standing on the highway. All these kind of situations are being simulated. So the duplication of the world here is solving the problem of not having access to that kind of data that allows you to be prepared and train the AI model itself to be able to cope with these kind of situations. But in the healthcare or biological part, there are other ways we start to duplicate. And there is this huge movement in not healthcare, but biology, where we suddenly are simulating biology because we have the compute power. In this case, this is a beautiful visualization of a virus that kept us busy for the last 2 years. And it was trained using a distributed compute system where everybody shared their compute power on laptops. It took 700,000 GPUs. And they kind of visualized and simulated the behavior of the SARS-CoV spike composition and virus, so of the COVID-19 virus. So we start to simulate biology, because if we start simulating biology, we can predict biology, and as well can predict the influence of particular drugs. We can start predicting how disease will evolve. So that's kind of a duplication of biology in a very miniaturized world. But there are other things that we start to duplicate. And I didn't have the possibility because of the bandwidth to show a video, but this particular scene is out of a video sequence where a mother of out of South Korea did an experiment together with a tech team in the South Korean television, National Broadcasting Television. She unfortunately lost her daughter in a car accident. And because of that sudden loss, she could not say goodbye to her daughter. And what they actually did, so the problem here was, I could not say goodbye to my daughter, is they duplicated the world of the daughter. So they used all the potential data they had, the videos, the images, the voice, and they created a synthetic model of the daughter, which was then being built as an avatar in a 3D world using virtual reality. And if you watch this video, you can look it up. There is a lot of copies of that on YouTube. If you look that video, then you see that, as I mentioned before, that you can't really distinguish the original from the copy, because you see the mother grabbing for her daughter, but the daughter is not there. And it is, every time I watch that movie, I start crying because it's extremely emotional. So that means that our digitalization is really getting very close to digitalizing human life. And there are, of course, now startups that are looking into that. And there is a startup called Replica AI. Replica AI is a company that was founded by a woman that lost also her best friend. And she was a machine learning engineer. And what she actually did is she downloaded the whole chat communication that she had with her friend, all the email communication, and she created a computational model that actually created a chatbot that simulated the communication with her lost friend. So she could then have a chat with a friend who was deceased, but she was actually talking to a computational model that was trained and behaved the same way as her friend. Out of that experience, she created a startup, Replica.ai. And in that startup, the model is a bit different. You can replicate yourself, it's called. So you can upload all your data and create a model of yourself so you can speak with yourself. Now they have they use nudging. That means they tease you to even give more data, a bit similar as in Facebook, and even ask you, here in this case, to tell about your dreams. I looked at that app and let a critical view in their terms and conditions. The problem here is, well, the data might be protected by our European GDPR laws, but if you look at who owns the computational model, it is not you. So if you upload all your data, you can perhaps retract your data and reverse the consent, in that sense that you give dynamic consent. But once the AI model touches your data, that ownership of the model itself is not yours. So you lose kind of authority and you lose control. And I find this a very scary app in that sense, because it always shows already where the future problems are. If somebody owns your replica or your duplicated self, are you still having your rights on integrity? Do we still enjoy freedom of thought? All these kind of questions that are really important to ask. And to solve that problem, there are other ways to do this. Like, this is Lil Miquela. Lil Miquela has 3 million followers on Instagram, and she has contracts with Gucci and fashion brands, and she's an influencer. The only thing what is really strange, she is a robot. She's not an existing person. She's not based on any kind of physical person. She's not a replica, so there is no IP issues. So, and she has movies, she has video clips and song clips, and she influences people. So this is how we duplicate. There is not even a duplication, but a synthesization of new kind of worlds out there. And then, as we all know, this young guy, the one that forced us to use our real names in the internet and kind of stole my privacy in that sense, and had created quite a lot of controversy with his Facebook platform, is now moving away from what he called a social media company to a metaverse company. And somebody might have seen the announcement that Facebook is deleting the facial recognition imaging data, but they are not deleting the AI models and the models of these facial recognition imaging data. And for sure, they are not going to delete that technology, because if you want to actually create a avatar which is based on your biological information, well, you're going to give that data to that platform. And then the question arises, who owns your digital avatar? Who owns that model that replicates yourself? Is that you, or is that Meta in this case? We don't know yet. It's too soon to tell. But I would be very skeptical in doing, again, opening an account and giving away my data. So there is a lot of issues when we duplicate our data. And I think it's time, as I said before, to take a step back, because when we duplicate our world in Europe, we are kind of tending to duplicate a world that comes from a region, Silicon Valley, that has, out of my perspective, when it comes to healthcare, a very different value set. So we duplicate something that is not based out of my region. It is a duplication. They are creating a vision, and that is okay. I don't fight it. But I think in Europe, we need to start thinking, what are our own visions? What is the duplication that we want in Europe? Because if we duplicate, we have to duplicate our fundamental rights. We have to duplicate that what our grand and ancestors have been fighting for, that gave us, as Vincent said, freedom. And these kind of elements might sound complicated, but they are extremely important, especially when these things are getting so close that you can't even differentiate between the original and the duplicated version. Because when we duplicate, we also duplicate values and norms. And I don't agree, as I mentioned before, with all the values shared, because when you look at healthcare, and I've worked 10 years for IBM, and I did a lot of work together with US clients, healthcare in the US, and I don't criticize it, but it is a very different way of looking at healthcare. They have a multi-class medicine. There are 20 million people not insured. It is purely market-driven. Your right to privacy is part of a consumer law. It's not part of a fundamental law, a right law. It is part of the economical system. It is based on laissez-faire capitalism, where in Europe we have a social market economy. And what you see is that the US, when it comes to that, is really based on all market-driven growth, where we try to always look at sustainability. We want South Tyrol to flourish as much as some areas in North Germany or in Romania, because we have learned when we destabilize growth that we have instabilities in our society. So we do that in an inclusive way. And our market is, in that side, based on a monopoly, not on a monopoly. We are looking that we have a healthy economy with competition, where we have multiple companies competing with each other, which we call a polypoly, and not an oligopoly or a monopoly. Our healthcare systems are based on the principle of solidarity, which in the US is not something that exists. And we have even the right to healthcare in Europe, which is written in Article 35. So these are very different value systems. And going a bit back to healthcare, there was already a duplication being done 20 years ago. It was the Human Genome Project. It was most probably the largest open source project in science, where we duplicated the human and coded it into 4 different letters, and we kind of duplicated it. But what perhaps is not so known within the audience, that at that same time this huge research open source project was going, a company called Celera Genomics was doing the same. And they were patenting every single sequence that they were sequencing, and they were privatizing the human genome. And there was this man here, is unfortunately not with us anymore, on the left side, John Sultan, who actually fought for that the human genome became a common good. And I never thought that in a presentation I would quote Bill Clinton and Tony Blair because I didn't agree with all their policies. But what they did is they created a set of policies that made biology or nature, or in this case, the human genome, a common good. So it's freely available to use for all without any economic interest. And then people think you destroy the economical opportunities when you do that. Now, there are some good research papers out there that looked, okay, this Human Genome Project costed $3 billion, but it had an economical output from $1 trillion over the last 20 years. So I think when we look at healthcare in Europe, we need to rethink what the value is we want to create. Do we want to really monetize data? We don't sell our organs. Why can we then sell our data? Why do we want to put an additional burden to get access to that data? Or is the data value that we get out of it really creating societal value? And is it something that we in Europe can reinvent so we can extract the data and make it open source so we can advance society, we can innovate faster, and we can make it available to all. So we have to really, and yesterday we had long discussions here in Munich about data ownership, because data ownership is, in terms of legal terms, it's something you can't own. But I think when we look at data, we have to realize that data is human life. That's why I really strongly oppose that data can never be a commodity, something you can sell. Because what happens then when you have a brain-computer interface in 5 years and your thoughts become data? Are we going to sell this? I don't think we are on the right path when we do that. I think we have to just rethink and work on a different way. So this is why with the Hippo AI Foundation, we oppose this view that data is getting exclusive and monetized. 2/3 of the startups in Germany are already having problems getting access to data because the larger companies just spend more money to get exclusive access to the data sets. And then what they do when they get data, they create IP on the algorithm. So the algorithm is closed and you can't even understand it, which is against the principle of open science, where science can always be trusted because we can replicate it during peer reviews. That is all not possible in this model anymore. And then we have to think, well, if China has 1.4 billion citizens and the US has so much capital, what we're going to do in Europe? And the problem, a bit summarized, is that, well, there is not enough available open data, and there is also the data that is available is also not biodiverse. I think 3/4 of the startups that are being in the US bringing AI tools in healthcare are based on training data sets coming out of maximum 2 different regions. So if African people gets diagnosed or Asian person get diagnosed, they most probably get a very biased diagnosis, because a liver from an Asian person already has a very much different anatomy as somebody from Caucasian Europe. So, and then the other thing, if we don't make data available, big tech or big companies will win. So our solution is to fight this with our Hippo AI Foundation. And I've been thinking a long time on how to solve this. This is not open source software. This is a content layer, and this is something that is alive, and it needs to be connected to patients, because we have the right to self-determination. We have the right to define as a human being who are going to donate your data to. So what we do is we run campaigns together with patients. We collect data donations, but there are money donations. And out of that, we create communities that work on a certain medical problem. And then we do something specifically. We create a really curated data set, which is labeled and can be used. But then we put up a new copyleft license, which is the Hippo AI license, that forces everyone that uses our data to kind of put everything and all the derivatives under the same license. But if you train your AI model, you need to publish the source code of that AI model. For the simple reason, open data alone doesn't solve anything, because it could only be used by Googles and the others of the world, and it would accelerate monopolization. So we need to kind of have a restricted license, which is, I know, not always loved within the open source community. But our goal is really to create radical open ecosystems where it can still be commercialized, but it's all about 100% sharing. So the data is a common good. The value becomes social value. The AI model becomes a common good at the center. And we keep the principle of solidarity, that's something unique in Europe, as the ground ethical foundation of our healthcare systems. So we can create really a sustainable health economy, which is serving all. And this is kind of a visualization, because people always ask me, when you do that, how then we create a market? Well, I was a product manager for 8 years, and I can tell you, when you bring medical products to market, there is a lot of other things you need to do to build a product. And most of it is really related to the application itself and the user experience. And then you need to certify it as a medical product. So if you can share the models and the data and that work together with your competitors, and you can collaborate based on open source principles, you can compete on the user experience. And I think that's a very valid way of working together, and it will create what I mentioned before, a polypoly and a healthier competition, and it probably will bring us better products to market. So that's kind of the introduction, and I give now the word to the most important part of this world that we're building, the patient, or my co-founder, Victoria. Victoria?
Thank you very much, Bart. I would like to come back a little bit how we're going to do this, right? So how do we want to drive the change, and how do we want to build a sustainable medical system? And I think we all agree that this has to come from us humans. It has to be in this, if we talk about medicine, it has to be 100% patient-centered, and patients have to be empowered. And we think if we, as the Hippo AI Foundation, provide, the building blocks for this future, then people can take these building blocks and build their own solutions. So we think this has to be grassrooted, and the change has to be driven by us. So, and why this is important, one more sentence to that, because, the patients, with our data, we are the source for the solution. Our data is the like Bart always says, the oxygen for the AI, and therefore for the medical knowledge which is created out of the data. And there's one more thing, and I think I mentioned this at the introduction, because we humans feel so connected to each other. This was something what really hit me after I got diagnosed with breast cancer. Of course, I felt my own pain, but what really hit me in that moment of my own pain was that I felt so connected to all those other people affected. And it seemed to me I really can feel their pain as well. And I started thinking that, as I mentioned, I was so lucky to get all that access. And the Hippo AI Foundation now empowered me to make this happen for all the other people, to make it able to give them access to healthcare. And this is what we came up with. This is our framework for, patient-driven, patient-led projects. So we focus on one specific disease. In our first case, it was breast cancer. And for timing. Okay, I just finished the sentences. So we focus on a disease. We focus on a patient. We recruit this patient, and the patient tells his or her story to connect all the people out there, and also to connect the data existing for that specific disease. To unite data, to unite people. Yes, Bart, please. I just want to show you a quick impression of our first project. So this was called, after myself, Victoria 1.0, and it started as a huge information and awareness campaign, because we learned that we still have to, educate people about what is even possible with data, and what can we achieve if we unite our data. And Victoria 1.0 becomes now the biggest and most comprehensive data set for breast cancer pathology, because we have the goal that we are able to replicate with OpenAI the breast cancer I had. And we see ourselves as an accelerator for the common good. So we imagine that there are thousands of Victorias, of other patients who can drive change, who can make a difference. And with our concept, we formalize this process, and we make it able to bring these people together. And this includes, of course, the industry. So we are so happy that we found our first industry partner, AstraZeneca, and they are 100% agree that this data set we're creating and the derivatives out of it are not exclusive. So they are willing to share it with everyone else. I think this is a very perfect closing statement. My boobs are not for sale. My data is not for sale. My data can be the source of the solution. And as a patient, I want to make sure that if I share my data, this becomes a common good. So all the other patients profit from it.
So, we don't see you, but I hope we are still online.
We see you. Do you see us? Yes.
Yeah, now you're back.
Victoria, Bart, thank you very much for your input. There is very much in your presentation, very many concepts like metaverse, so very up to date, I have to say. The topic of open data and the complexity of AI, where open sourcing the source code is not enough. So we have seen it's quite a complex topic to deal with as a society. A lot is changing for our society, imposed by digitalization. And we have as a society to find new ways to keep our society and our values alive for the future as well. I think HypoAI is a very important initiative. There is one question from the audience I can make, otherwise we are running a little bit late. But the question from the audience is, how can someone who wants to become active participate in HypoAI?
Well, we are building AI for the people, of the people, and by the people. So we hope that everybody wants to join. We are still a very lean organization. So our focus is now on breast cancer. People can reach out to us. And we will create a framework to build local communities. We are in the process of discussing to build HypoAI in Austria and in Holland and in Switzerland. But if somebody in Italy is feeling that he wants to open a HypoAI Foundation as a legal entity in Italy, he can always reach out. We are thinking big. We want to build something like Doctors Without Borders, and we are collecting donations. So to give you an example, Doctors Without Borders gets $1.6 billion a year on donations. And I always tell, if we can manage to replicate this with $1.6 billion, we can finance a lot of open data projects and probably solve the ongoing data accumulation by private companies.
Wow, great, great. So they can reach out to you also over the Neue Tech Park if somebody is interested. We are in touch together and we hope to see you both here in Bolzano soon, so we finally meet in person because that's of course the premium version of getting in touch. So thank you very much for your contribution. Have a good stay in Munich where you are at the moment, and good journey back to your home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, so from AI in medical, we come to a topic which is also changing our society. We are getting more and more connected. IoT is everywhere, and we need a platform to be able to connect all these devices without being bound to one single player. And there is an initiative which I like very much. It's the Oniro project brought on or started by Huawei we have here Davide Ricci, who is director of the Open Source Technology Center of Huawei. And Davide, with his team, is since 2 years, if I remember well, working on the Oniro OS, which is an open source operating system for the IoT world. And I give now the stage, I leave the stage to Davide. Thank you, Davide.
Thanks, Patrick. Can you guys hear me? Yes? All good. All right, so let's see. Yeah, so I'm that guy there. And yeah, I have the pleasure today to represent the Open Source Technology Center at Huawei in Europe. I was standing in front of you from my bedroom 1 year ago, and I was telling you the story of this project that we were just getting off the ground. At that time, the brand was not known, chosen. The partners that started all this and made this all possible were not onboarded yet. So effectively, I just gave you the idea of what we needed to do at Huawei in my team. And I think I'm proud to tell you that we're getting out of the way now, because what we needed to do for the first 12 months has been achieved. And now this is a true community project. So that's, I think, the biggest achievement for the year. So what I was presenting last year were the 7 steps that we needed to take. There's no open source project that is going to have ground unless it's rooted in market problems that we need to solve. Patrick spoke about the IoT. I think we all know that IoT is not well designed today. IoT is Amazonified. I want to use the words of our previous speaker. IoT has been designed to drive data to the cloud. So it's data-centric, and unfortunately, open source technology provided the vehicle to sugarcoat the whole, driving of data to the cloud. So IoT is very fragmented, and it is fragmented today mostly because it's cloud-driven. So there's no time, there's no space for a device maker to do anything else but drive data to the cloud, right? So if we don't look at the market and the users, we're not going to be fixing the problem. So that was number 1. Let's look at the market and see how we can architect it. Number 2, Huawei can do this, but not alone. This is a problem that we all created together. So it just requires, the world to come together to fix. So we needed the first initial partners. Number 3, there's no open source project that works without processes. We're talking about many members, community players. I mean, if you don't have processes for development, it just becomes a mess, right? If you take, as an example, Linux kernel, right? The success is, due to the fact that Linus Torvald has been paranoid about processes and tools and merge requests and putting some, routine and sanity to the chaos. Number 4, after processes, we needed to build a public infrastructure. There's no community project that doesn't run if you don't share, if you don't get together in a public place. 5, in that public infrastructure, if you want to do it right, FOSS compliance and intellectual property, they had to actually be done first, and I think we've done it. Number 6, establish an initial code base. Number 7, get out of the way, which is what we're doing right now, right? So let's start from number 7 backward, and then we're going to start going back from 1 to top. So I think you guys know this. We have Gail in the room from the Eclipse Foundation. Gail, stand up. Gail is the VP of the Eclipse Foundation, responsible for bringing members on board and kicking off working groups off the ground. In the Eclipse Foundation terminology, a working group is a project that represent an interest. Members of the Eclipse Foundation decide to participate in many different projects. And then we also have Augustine. Augustine, are you in here? Can you stand up? Augustine is the program manager for the Oniro project. So as of October 26th, the Oniro project is an Eclipse Foundation project. So, and this is Huawei getting out of the way and letting this be driven as a community project. I think what was unique that happened, though, is that, as I said before, IoT is not a problem that was created by one company. It's a problem that is, to be fixed globally. And if you think about it, right, in the open source community, there's many foundations, but none is really good at fostering a global ecosystem. Think about it, right? Linux Foundation, Eclipse Foundation, you have global players from the entire world, but you see participation either, in North America or Europe or Asia Pacific. It's really hard to bring together Asia Pacific ecosystem with European ecosystem and North American ecosystem. It's like each foundation has like a limit to the reachability of the industry players and users that it can serve. So the question was, how do we combine the activity to try to fix a bit IoT and put it under control that is happening in China under the Open Harmony brand by the Open Atom Foundation, and what we want to do under the Eclipse Foundation, which we called Oniro. And that actually led us to a collaboration announcement between the two foundations. So I think for the first time in history, now you have an open source foundation that roots its activity in Asia Pacific, collaborating with an open source foundation that roots its activity in Europe. Right? This year, Eclipse Foundation became a European open source foundation. So that happened on the 27th of September. The announcement is long, but it touches on 2 points. Number one, the two foundations are to build a single unified ecosystem. And I'll tell you about this a bit more later. And then this sounds like a nice promise, and then in a second we're going to start seeing unicorn flying, right? And the question is, how do you achieve a unified ecosystem? And I think the industry world is good at doing this if you establish a common specification, like what does it mean to be one ecosystem when it comes to an IoT device? So the two foundations has expressed the interest to collaborate and establish one common specification that will drive the compatibility of IoT devices on planet Earth, right? So that was the announcement on the 28th. And then following that announcement on the 26th of October, the Eclipse Foundation announced the launch of the Oniro project. So put it simply, the Oniro project is a distributed OS. So the nature is that to be, Carlo, distributed across devices. And the focus, the scope is small and big consumer devices alike, right? So you can think of your wearable, you can think of your wristband, your heartband, you can think of your door lock, camera, smart appliance at home, even your infotainment inside the car. This is the initial target. And this is not to say that the project can be brought into industrial IoT. It's very adjacent, but the initial focus is the consumer IoT because this is where things are most broken. Right, so on the left side, if you're a fan of QR code, you're going to be redirected to the web page, documentation, and code. And so if you're not wondering, okay, Oniro projects, Open Harmony, Open Atom, unified ecosystem, I'm a bit confused. How is this going to work? Right. So on the right side of the slide, you have the vision, right? The idea is that tomorrow, right, you go to Media World, Fnac in France, Aldi, Best Buy in the US, right? And then you're going to find on the shelf consumer devices, and on the box, you're going to have a sticker that says compatible, Open Harmony compatible. And the promise is that those devices are built with FOSS compliance in mind, for instance. They're built with data in mind, privacy, security in mind. But ultimately, if you power up those devices in the house, once they come up, they start talking to each other inside the house, right? So the cloud is just a citizen in this vision. It's not the king. Devices collaborate at the edge. What's the point of having devices in the house connected when I need to install one gateway per device and install one application on my phone per device and register one account in somebody else's cloud per device and have them collaborate somewhere else that is not my house with data? I mean, what's the point? I mean, the description of the problem is right there. So the promise is that I buy these compatible devices, and regardless of the brand, model, and type, they start talking to each other. This is not a sprint. It's going to take some years to get there because we want to do this with industry players' participation, right? This is not something that one company can do alone, but that's the vision, right? And so how do you tie all of those devices together, right? So this is the concept of defining one brand and one specification that says, if you want to run any application built in Japan or China on any device that Bosch, Miele, Kandi, Philips built in Europe, then this is how you build the OS. This is how you build the application. The specification is open, and a reference implementation is going to be provided, but every player is going to be able to implement alternative implementation and reference implementation. And like in the cathedral and the bazaar, the best is going to win in the end, right? So that's the principle. So if this is, you know, the premise, then the two foundations are to collaborate to co-develop this joint specification. And then they're going to be implementing their own implementation of the reference OS. And there will be cross-pollination, right? Because there will be requirements and market needs that are more prominent in Asia and less in Europe. That's the learning way. And there are things that Europe is great at, like, you know, sovereignty of data, privacy, security, and that's the learning on the other way, right? So that's the goal. So Oniro, in short, is an OpenHarmony compatible implementation, right? And it's independent in its nature, and it's to become a working group of the Eclipse Foundation. So what's next when it comes to the foundation? These are the things that needs to happen in the next weeks to come. So the Eclipse Foundation has a process. Probably I'm not the best to explain what the process is, but the call for participation to closing the working group and the top-level project was announced on October 26th at the Eclipse conference. So we need to close the working group, charter, and top-level project. These are the things that needs to happen, and move the initial code into the Eclipse infrastructure. GitLab, Eclipse has IP processes that we need to complement. So these are the next things that needs to happen, right? And then what we need to finalize is also the cooperation agreement between the two foundations that will kick off the ratification of the OpenHarmony specification. And if this is done in the open, it means that anybody is going to be able to see the specification, participate in the specification, and with a collective effort, build something that really can bring any app running anywhere. The first release that we'll be working on with the partners that I'm going to be mentioning in a second, from a technical standpoint, is almost done. But we want to make it an official Eclipse release. So for that, a couple of things needs to happen: top-level project and charter. So we're targeting a release, official releases in Eclipse Foundation Oniro release early 2022. Who knows? Maybe FOSDEM. I didn't say that. Okay, so let's go back. Number one, so I think we clarified a bit how the foundations are going to work together, the fact that this is an Eclipse Foundation project, the next steps that we need to go through. So I said that there's no ecosystem that will work unless it's rooted in users' problems and market problems. Starting back in early 2021, we started working with potential supporting members. The initial supporting members of the project are Neutech Park, Array, Carlo, Alberto, stand up. The guru of FOSS compliance and IP compliance are right there. Thanks, you can sit down, guys. You guys look awesome. Then we have Seiko. Do we have Ettore from Seiko in the room? Probably he's a man in the booth. Seiko is an ODM. They just went public out of Arezzo, Italy, with global operations in Europe and Asia Pacific. Linaro was the open source group at ARM. And Synesthesia, which is, I think, the second biggest content creator application app SDKs from Torino in Italy. Right? So these are the first supporting members together with the Open Source Technology Center at Huawei. So we went with all the members and we actually started targeting market requirements. We have a process for that. I'm going to go briefly through that. This is the process that we use for building the roadmap of Oniro releases. Right? So first of all, we look at members, industry players. We need to have devices in the shops. So if we don't listen to customers and members, then we're not going to have devices in the shops. Analysis of competitive edges and other ecosystems and community, right? Community features, community feedback. That's what comes, and this is asynchronous. So this happens constantly, right? Features, requirements, issues that get into GitLab, and then on a bi-weekly basis, they are reviewed, analyzed, prioritized. They end up building what we call a release backlog. This is the backlog that will serve, you know, engineering, feeding the beast of engineering and community development for the next release. And so the intent is that to have one release every year, and I'll tell you a bit more later, of Oniro, December, fall, right, winter. And then we divide that up in 4 milestones, alpha, beta, candidate, and GA. And the reason is that for that, each of those milestones, we want to pretend that that's a real release, so that, you know, if I take it, I can actually use it, as opposed to just, you know, develop for 1 year and then have a crunch time the last 2 months with everything that breaks. And the beauty of this is that this allows us to do actually continuous IP compliance, right? Because at every milestone, we do a go, no go meeting. And at that go, no go meeting, we go through the room, engineering, how about functionalities, testing, how about quality, product management, you know, does this satisfy the members that will build devices with this? Or, you know, are we running short of features or time? IP, Carlo, Alberto, how are we doing? You know, everything is open source. Do we have proprietary blobs in there? Do we have any silicon vendors that we need to go and slash on their hand because the drivers are not, you know, open source? And I'll tell you something about that. You know, we actually found some issues. Not all silicon vendors are good. When we do that, we actually remove the functionality from the working software, right? And we send the user to sign an EULA, right, by themselves, but we actually even propose alternatives. If you don't want to use this Wi-Fi chipset, there's another one which is, you know, endorsed by the Free Software Foundation program that is completely open hardware and open source, you know, source software. So you can use that instead, right? And by doing this, we try to build that domino effect that gets, you know, the entire industry building something which is entirely open without having to sign strange licenses here and there. Okay? So those releases are done quarterly, and hopefully that gets us the early release that we need. So that led us to the first release roadmap, technically almost there, officially early 2022. Top to bottom, a project that runs on any consumer devices and as a distributed OS has to tackle 6 main areas. Number 1, which kernel am I going to use? Small devices, Zephyr, LightOS, FreeRTOS, richer devices, Linux. That's the general idea. Which version? Which version of the tool chain? Those are the horizontal components that the project has to select. And we need to strike a balance between the latest version of everything and the latest stable version of everything. And that's why we picked this 1-year release cycle, because that allows device maker to pick the best trade-off between innovation and stability, right? On top of that, then we need to look at which reference hardware we need to support. Makers boards, such as Raspberry Pis, Arduinos, as well as production-ready silicon reference board, because in the end, we address both makers and community, as well as device makers. Device makers will build with production-ready silicon, right? So the hardware roadmap. Once we've built the horizontal components and we have identified every year the hardware target that we're going to be targeting, then we're going to start working on building the distributed intelligence on top. The idea is that if any device runs the same OS, then each device is going to be able to broadcast their features, elect a coordinator, be trained as a distributed agency, and then operate autonomously inside the house or the car without going back and forth from the cloud, right? So once you have defragmented the industry, now you can do intelligent things and interesting things, such as distributed intelligent agencies. How do we know we're doing the right things, and how do we push the market to join the project? We call this blueprints. So if we're building real devices here, let's say that we want to build, I don't know, a door lock, but we don't have a door lock maker in the project, right? So we need to show that door locks can be built using Onero, but at the same time, if there's a market with an incumbent, so there's just one player, what's the reason why that player should be joining an open source project? And by doing so, making it easier for competitors to come in. So we build almost ready blueprints, 70%, 80% ready, you know, devices. You can see them demoed at the Onero booth. We have a door lock, a touch screen panel, vending machines for coffees and such, that as a maker you can build. It's 70% ready, and the fact that we do the software and the IP compliance and the testing and the quality decrease the software investment that you need to actually build a device out of a blueprint. We call this being openly aggressive. So if a device maker joins us, of course they will want the blueprint to be developed jointly by the project. But if we have a market that is somehow, you know, have maybe one player or two, they're not open to join. By creating a blueprint, we're kind of, you know, disrupting with an open alternative that specific market. And so the project reserved the right to be openly aggressive, with the goal of going after this promise of a better architected IoT. Testing and infrastructure, so we care about compatibility kits. We cannot build something that runs on any device unless it respects and fulfills the industry standards. We tend to build device testing in a decentralized way. So the idea is that if new makers, new players join us, they have a blueprint that they can follow to build their own hardware lab in-house, so that we don't need to centralize all hardware in one place for the continuous testing to happen, but that infrastructure scales over time, and that's built out of Linaro Automation and Verification Suite, right? Linaro is one player there. Okay, so we talked about the intent of having one release every year, and the other intent is that to provide an LTS for 3 years out of each Oniro release. So this chart summarizes it. So you can see Jasmine, which is the one that we're wrapping up right now. These are nickname, of course. Carlo, you haven't cleared yet if I can use Goofy or not. But he's going. Goofy and Daisy as nickname would be 2022-2023 release. Each and every one of those will go through the process of requirement analyzing, roadmap, and development. And then for each of those, 3 years of LTS. And the idea is that for now, 3 years is going to be enough. It's a good balance between investing too much and providing what the industry needs. This is the first consumer project that bakes LTS, CVEs, and bug fixes into the release process. Right? We hope that by doing this, we're going to be raising the bar. Way too many times consumer devices are just not updated from time to time, and then we end up with cameras with root and no password. Right? We all know this. So we hope that we can push this so that the device makers that will join the Oniro project will get 3 years of LTS, meaning that we have a bug policy and a CVE policy. We're going to be publishing bulletins, notify device makers and users of CVEs and bug fixes that we are vulnerable to. And the idea is to have to release a monthly update every month for 3 years with decreasing SLA. The idea is that initially a device maker can get all the fixes because they need to stabilize devices. Second year, third year, probably they will just focus on critical CVEs and critical bugs. The critical CVEs are the one with the CVSS score, which is 7 to 10. Right? Again, it's a trade-off between investing too much money initially in maintaining and still raising the bar so that LTS becomes part of the project. Similar to FOSS. LTS and FOSS compliance, they had to be rooted in the project mindset. So I talked about the infrastructure, processes, now infrastructure. So on the left side, you see the overall architecture of what could be an Oniro stack. From the bottom, you have the reference hardware. Then you have a unified bootloading technology. Especially if you need to know and to do OTA, you need to unify a little bit how you update a small device or a bigger device, because today there's no unification there. Then you're going to be selecting, depending on the device that you want, a gateway or a small door lock, whether you want an MCU that runs LightOS or Zephyr, or a CPU Cortex-A that runs Linux 510. And then as you move up, you're going to end up with the distributed agency on top, right, which effectively distribute the payload across devices. And then all of these building blocks are combined together. The first thing that we do is we check for licenses and make sure that there's no red flags and all licenses are compatible one with each other. The IP policy of the project is public, and we're not working to make the IP policy complementing and working inside the Eclipse Foundation IP processes, which are very thorough. And then we have BitBake, and I'll tell you more about this, that takes all the building blocks, combine them together, generates calls the CPU, the toolchain selected for a specific target. The image that is built goes to the decentralized testing infrastructure powered by Lava, and then we build in the end Oniro supported reference releases. In the meantime, we generate the documentation, which is published on Read the Docs, and then we produce the application SDK, which is provided to application developers for building the application on top of the OS image. Because there's no point in asking an application developer to rebuild the OS image when they only need to focus on the application side. Okay, so in a nutshell, that's what we built in the past year, which we're happily handing over to Gail and team. To build everything together, as I said before, there's no point in reinventing the wheel. To combining building blocks in the industry, the most widely known and used project is the Otter project that combined the open embedded initial technology with support from industry partners and industry participation. And so if you can think about it, right, so effectively Oniro and each of those building blocks, they sit in their own layer. Right, so the Otter project has this concept of a layer, actually that comes from BitBake and Open Embedded, and then you can combine those layers. Layers are designed to have dependencies that can be built one on top of each other, and by doing this, you can build the architecture that I showed a couple of slides before. So the Meta Oniro is the root layer, then we take most of the user space from Linux from the Meta Open Embedded layer, of course CLang from Meta CLang, RTOSes from like Meta Zephyr, Meta FreeRTOS, Meta LightOS. Meta RISC-V is where we get the support code for RISC-V on Linux. Meta OpenHarmony is the layer where we get the OpenHarmony services and components from the Open Add-on project. So as you can see, through the layer architecture, we can now package things properly and make sure that we associate like a layer associated license to each layer. And then all of the issues that we find are really kind of sandboxed in each module. And then last but not least, all of the layers coming from different CPU vendors and ODMs and silicon vendors that we support. So Meta Seiko, Meta ST, Meta Avenger 96, Meta Intel, and so forth. Okay. CI. So CI is built out of GitLab runners. We have about 14, 15 jobs. Some of them are shared, some others are hidden. The general idea is that anytime you check in some codes, GitLab CI has to prepare the BitBake build infrastructure, trigger a build based on the fact that you want to build one recipe or the other. I'm building a door lock, I'm building a camera. So you need to build the environment, set up the variable, trigger the build. Once the build is triggered, generate the doc, pass the image to the Lava test infrastructure, be ready to receive the test reports so that you can see pass. Oh no, the USB is not working, right? And at the same time, trigger the IP scanning tool chain so that you can build the bill of material anytime a new package comes in, okay? I think you guys can appreciate the fact that having IP built into the continuous integration and deployment process is a great thing to have. Nevertheless, they're working to, until 3 o'clock in the morning in the past 2-3 weeks, because just like testing, developers update components, they don't notify the IP team, and then all of a sudden 150 components have moved from version XY to YZ, and damn it, the license has changed. Right, Alberto? Okay, and then for testing, it's based on Lava. As I said, the concept is that of a decentralized testing environment where you can add devices wherever you are in the world. You subscribe them to a central dispatcher, and then devices become available for building images and testing. So the image is built out of the CI infrastructure and then pushed to wherever the device sits. The tests are run and test reports are collected. And the general idea, again, is to allow each members and contributor to add their own devices to the chain and increase the number of reference hardware that the project supports. And I think this is the what makes us proud. I think too many times we see IP and FOSS compliance being an afterthought. And I've discussed already and described how this is rooted into everything that we do on a daily basis, but there's nothing better than a dashboard to show that, because effectively at the end, management want to see dashboards and data. So what this dashboards does, it's public and it's available on the project webpage. Effectively, it tells you the, so you can think about this like that. There's many components coming in, the tool chain scans it and produce what we call a low definition X-ray. Think about having a picture, low def, right? And then you need people to do the high definition, right? Because you have false positives, false negatives, and many times, companies think that, hey, you know what, I got Fossology, I'm 90% done. Wait, Fossology, scan code, scan OS gets you maybe 30%, in the way, and then the remaining 70% requires expert auditors to look into that. How does an auditor know how many files are still to be looked at and inspected and audited? And that's what the dashboard builds for us. It gives us an idea between how many they've been scanned, how many require scanning, and focuses attention on the red flags. And this is what we use on a quarterly basis to assess that each milestone is ready to move to the next. This is all rooted on OpenChain specification 2.0. This is what we follow. So we have the IP policy and the guideline with roles, responsibility, and the process is funded by the project itself. Last but not least, standards and compliance. So hopefully Jasmine is going to be OpenHarmony compatible, Yocto project compatible, OpenChain SPDX reuse. Thanks FSFE guys in the room, wherever you are, and ARM system ready, and more to come in the future, because that's the only way that this can scale, adopt existing standards. Yeah, questions?
There is a question, yes, online. Speaking of the release cycle, do you expect a vendor to update his device to a newer release after the end of LTS support? And if yes, how?
Okay, so I think the questions for everyone is about updating devices in the field and for how long and after LTS. So the expectation, and this is not built yet, but we're now looking at building OTA for small and big devices. Of course, we're providing LTS so that device makers can easily update devices. We're also thinking about how we separate the critical fixes from the rest of the fixes, because we're very much aware that some of the devices are connected via cellular, and cellular requires or is paid by kilobyte of updates. So some of the, for instance, device makers that use IoT connected devices, they don't want to update because it costs them money. So by providing a split between critical fixes and all the rest, we can facilitate that. The idea is to actually make sure that there's nothing in the way of updating devices. If 3 years is too short as LTS, then the project will consider 4, 5, 6. I think 3 years is for now good enough, because in the consumer industry, the idea is that it's easier to trash a device and buy a new one than maintain it. And that's also driven by the fact that the IoT is cloud-centric nowadays. So device makers have just to rush to build new devices to drive data up in the cloud. So we hope that this is going to change. So in short, if 3 years is not enough, I think it's good enough for now. But if the industry will take this and will move to 4 and 5, IoT, industrial IoT requires 5 or 7, for instance, right? So it's just the initial attempt.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other questions here in the audience? No questions yet. Thank you very much. Thank you, Davide. Thank you.
Bye.
And
Bye,
congratulations. There will be other talks about Oniro also in the legal track array. So Carlo and Alberto will show us what they did in this process as described by Davide. And there is, of course, the workshop, the Oniro Dev Day, where you have to register specifically. Don't forget to register. We have now, the next speaker will join us online. His name is Brian Exelbiert, and he works for Red Hat. He is the community business owner at Red Hat and will talk about, yes, upstream and downstream and community building principles. So Brian is not new at the SFSCon. Brian has been here, if I remember well, in 2017. Let's see if he's connected. Brian, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we hear you and see you clear and loud. Wonderful. Good to have you.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be back, and I appreciate you all selecting my talk.
Thank you very much. So, yes, I leave the floor to you. I'm looking forward to your presentation because community building is a very important topic for many of us. So thank you for sharing your insight on this. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sad that I can't be there in Bolzano this year in person. For some personal reasons, travel wasn't an option for me right now. Amongst other things, I've got in-laws arriving in about 45 minutes. As I've said, I'm grateful for being asked to come back, or I should say, having my talk selected and being allowed to come back. And I'm also super grateful for getting a morning time slot because I get to have this conversation with you alone as opposed to with my 2-year-old who is currently at playgroup. So we're at a hybrid event, and that means that we get to have conversations virtually, and that's awesome. And I hope that we can take this topic forward virtually. I think hybrid events are going to give us an opportunity to continue conversations in a way that conferences haven't been able to in the past. So I'm excited by that, and I hope you'll continue this conversation with me. During this presentation, I've been asked to cut my camera while you see it, so my face is about to disappear. But I will be back with you shortly as soon as I find the camera off button. Okay, cool. It did it. I am obligated, I think, under some internet law, because I'm speaking to you on a screen, no matter where you are in the world, to tell you to like and subscribe. And my contact details are down at the bottom. Don't take that too seriously. My YouTube channel has exactly 1 video on it, so I don't think subscription there is going to really get you a lot. As was mentioned, I work for Red Hat. And I've had the privilege in the last couple of years since I was last in Bolzano to change jobs at Red Hat. I went from being someone who was embedded in the Fedora community, the Fedora project, and worked 100% of my time in that space as a community architect, to I now work for the Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or RHEL, business unit. Red Hat Enterprise Linux is a Linux distribution, and it's Red Hat's largest product. Now, I work in product management, but I don't actually work with our product per se. My role, as you can see from this kind of crazy title, is to actually think about RHEL's space in the larger open source space and how we relate to the projects and other products that are around us. And open source is an interesting space. There's very little fixed definition here. The open source definition being one of the few like truly fixed points. And I'm going to come back to that definition. But everything else we talk about is pretty much a rule of thumb, or it's guidance, or maybe it's best practice we think. And so I'd like to add to that corpus of data and knowledge with a new rule of thumb, which is to look up and not down when you're commercializing free open source. And the idea here is to talk about how product should relate. So when I talk about looking up and down, and by the way, there's a slight lag on slide changes here, so I apologize if the slides don't flip at the exact moments that I think they do. When I talk about up and down, you can't talk about up and down without a point of reference. So I've given you 3 bubbles. You're the middle bubble, the green one that's in the center. There's an actor, and that actor is whose position we are going to use to describe up and down. And that actor is a product. Now, it's not literally the product. Obviously, it's a business or a person or an entity behind creating a product out of open source. But I've been focusing my thoughts on that since I've moved into the RHEL business unit for the last couple of years. And this product does 2 things that I think we need to make sure we all understand. The first thing is this product is developed using an open source development model. And what that means is that all of the code is developed in the open. Like, these words should not be foreign. The code is contributed, not starting at the product, but it is contributed as far as possible close to the source of whatever the thing you're doing is. So like, if you find a bug in a library, you contribute code to that library. You go to where the project is that you're consuming in your product and you do your work there. In other words, when you adopt an open source development model with your product, you're being intentional about not having forks, not making code eddies, not carrying patches wherever possible. And this makes the product a solid open source contributor, and that is a huge win for everyone. And while we're talking about open source, let's consider open source for just a moment. I've come across the fact that a large number of people that I work with in open source have never actually gone and read the open source definition. So I've put the URL here for you. Go read it. It's short, it's easy to read language. Make sure you have read it. But the Open Source Initiative maintains the open source definition. There are 10 points that they talk about in order for a license to be open source, and then by extension, the code under that license open source. And I want to point out 3 things. The first is they have a source code clause that requires source code to be distributed, not shocking, and allows for binary distribution. An interesting kind of side note is early in the days of open source, one of the things you could do to make a product was you could literally just compile the code. Some things were hard to compile. It was hard to get all the bits together. In some platforms, compilers were difficult. So that was a product. It's not really a product anymore. The other thing I would point out here on the screen that I've bolded is the derived works clause. And this says your license has to allow for modifications in derived works, meaning people can use and change what comes after you. These 2 clauses are super important because these are essentially what allows our product to exist, and we need to be mindful of this. The other thing, though, that I think is important to kind of level set in this conversation is there's no economic conversation here. This is not an accident. This was done on purpose. This was intentional. And what this is that you can still productize. You can still commercialize. You can have an economic model in play. And I want to make sure we're all on the same page there with that. Now, I mentioned that the product, the actor, the business has 2 things that they do. The second one is called productization. In interest of full disclosure, I used commercialization in the title in part because productization is not actually an accepted English word in all Englishes, and I didn't want a second language speaker or someone who didn't speak English the way I do to go to a dictionary and not find what they were looking for. Commercialization and productization are not synonyms, but they're very close. I prefer productization. And productization is just the act of making a product out of open source. And what that means is very critical, though. The actual activity of productizing open source boils down to layering value on top of open source code, generally non-code value. And it has to be non-code value. And this is important in the larger community and open source space because you have an open source development model. If you add value in the code, that value, I should say, accrues to the project. It accrues to the code base. It does not accrue to your product. By layering on other things, you create a value proposition for your product. What those things are is a completely different talk. I would encourage you to go read works by John Mark Walker, Scott McCarty. But they are the things that we typically think of as lifecycle guarantees, knowledge, support, certifications. There's many of them. You can go and read about them. But the key part is that you're layering on that value. Now that we understand the actor, we can talk about up and down, and as is not surprising, up and down are upstream and downstream. And again, to make sure we're all on the same page, your upstream is the projects or code that you are depending on, consuming, or forking. And your downstreams are doing that to you. They are depending on consuming or forking your code. So given that, we have set up a space with this product in the middle, and we can now name up and down. Up is a project, and I have collapsed all of the code that you could possibly be depending on into one bubble because I have no artistic skills and can barely produce slides. Makes things cleaner. But I can name it project. Your downstreams, in the case of a product, are almost always going to be either rebuilds or forks. And this is important. And the edge cases will certainly exist, but as a general rule, if you are starting a project, you are going to depend on other projects. You are not going to have a dependency on a product. If you wished to be dependent on the project this product was using, you would just depend on the project directly. So we can call those things rebuilds and forks. And so far, I've been ignoring the lines in this diagram. The lines represent code flow. So code is flowing from project to product and then onward to rebuilds and forks. And that hoopy line that's at the top, that is your open source development model. Now, there's a reason there are 3 bubbles here. not just because of up and down, but it's because there are some significant distinctions between a project and a product. And it's very important that you understand these, and they come up a lot. Stephen Wally has done some great talks to LF Energy in 2019, in particular, where he talked about this. And one of the things that's a critical component is, or a critical memory is, don't forget where you are. When you are operating in the open source space, know what kind of a conversation you're going into, whether it is a project conversation or a product conversation. And when you are working with an open source product, it's doubly critical because you're going to be having both types of conversations all the time. And so what are some of these differences and how do they affect the space of product in open source? Well, one of the big differences is that communities surround projects. Projects are surrounded ideally by a community. Now, this cloud could cover the entire slide, and it doesn't do that for two reasons. The first reason is it would look horrible. And the second reason is, and this is the more critical reason, the project is the center of activity for that community. The community doesn't just go, hey, it's Saturday night, let's go hang out at Product's house. All of the community's interactions take place around that project. This is true even though the product is a participant in that community. And the rebuilds and the forks may also be participants, but we go to the project to participate with the community. And this community and its membership explains a lot of the differences between project and product. So in communities, we have something called the 99-1 principle. And it's a rule of thumb that tells us that for every 100 people, 90 of them are just going to lurk or consume or use your software. 9 of them will write you a bug report, and 1 of them might actually write you a patch. You can use whatever lens you want, but this ratio tends to hold true. So if you are wanting to talk and project at times, because those 90 people are critical to the project. If those people don't show up, then that calls into question whether what you're doing has any actual value. So consumers are not bad, but it's important that we remember they're neither customers nor contributors. And my inner Stephen Wally is going off again, and he would remind us at this point that communities are often populated by people who have more time than money, while customers are often people who have money but no time. And communities are great. And I want to make it clear that they are amazing, amazing vehicles and amazing places to work and play and participate, but not everyone is contributing in them. And not everyone in a community has the same goals. Everyone isn't necessarily going in the same direction. And you can see this blow up occasionally with forks or threatened forks system. Economists will tell us that it's a function of market definition. But I'm going to offer this small definition of ecosystem. Your ecosystem consists of the 9-1 from that 99-1 principle. These are folks who are who have interest and are making investment, and critically, it is focused interest and investment. Because the ecosystem is all aligned in the same direction. We are all going the same way. In business speak, we tend to call people who are in an ecosystem partners. As was mentioned, I work for Red Hat. I work on Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or with the Red Hat Enterprise Linux business unit. Red Hat Enterprise Linux is a Linux platform. We have partners who make silicon, who make chips. And as an example of that ecosystem alignment, our silicon partners are interested in having their chip be the best for every workload so that you'll buy it. We're interested in RHEL being the best for every workload, so you will consume the product. We are both invested then in making sure that RHEL is the best, the chip is the best, that everything runs together the best, the whole ecosystem's pointed that way. And as you look across the whole ecosystem, every one of those interactions ultimately pushes the whole ecosystem in the same direction, even when parts of the ecosystem compete with itself. It's also worth noting in this definition, if you look carefully, I left the 90 out. There's no space here for users and customers in the ecosystem. And the reason is because of the investment and interest. Customers generally have an investment in the form of money that they have paid for a product. can be other things. But they're not making any other investments. And their investment becomes proxied into the ecosystem by either the core component of the ecosystem or one of its partners. Their money buys investment and focus from, say, an engineer. Their feedback becomes the thing that helps set roadmaps. And this structure is really good. This definition of ecosystem should lead to some really good things happening. Two of those are this. Well, first, I should say, the open source development model that is being used here should cause the ecosystem to have that double-headed arrow where the ecosystem is feeding itself in an open source-like way with contributions, where every part of the ecosystem is working together. But more importantly, in my opinion, from an open source space perspective, the entire ecosystem now has an open source development model. You'll notice our hoopy arrow isn't attached to the product, it's attached to the ecosystem. The entire ecosystem is moving open source forward, it's advancing open source. And that leads to a principle for the space of product here. And that is, in general, I would argue, a healthy open source project or open source space contains a healthy ecosystem or more than one. So healthy open source usually has a healthy ecosystem. This is that funded participation in open source that we've all heard about. This is where all of those engineering efforts and documentation efforts and other efforts that are paid for by companies and contribute to open source tend to come from. And this is amazing. This is the power of the engine at work. So this is a good thing. So I've spent a lot of time now kind of setting the table. Where should you look? Because I promised you some guidance on looking. Well, if you're a product, the first place you should look is at your customers. And it's important that you remember your customers surround your product. These are entities or people that are deriving value from the layers that you are putting on top of the code. They are not in the project. Communities are generally places where, as I've said, people have more time than money, but it's also a place where people are participating for their own enlightened self-interest reasons. Maybe they like creating their own destiny. Maybe they like living on the edge of code development. Whatever it is, they are not necessarily deriving value from the things you're layering on top. And this shouldn't surprise you, but the customers are also not in the rebuilds and forks. If someone is consuming a rebuild or a fork, they are basically saying, I do not derive value from the things that you layer on top of the code. That is not where my value proposition is. And in fact, most of those users derive almost all of their value from the code. They're just not your customers. Market problems and solution. Looking up is the whole point of the open source development model. It is the whole thing that makes open source great. But don't look down. And I want to be clear. When I say don't look down, I don't mean cause problems. You should not hinder or harm your downstream. Simply don't look. You're going to make decisions that are going to impact them. Absolutely. In the same way that projects make decisions that impact the downstreams that consume them. That's okay. Communicate these decisions broadly, announce them with a time warning. A year would be great. But don't set out to create harm or hinder. Don't set out to throw glass in people's paths. If you do this, you're treading super close to violating the open source definition. More importantly, it's super not cool, and you're not going to get invited to SFSCon. But all of these things don't mean that you should live in fear. Because when I say don't look down, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't look at what happens. Sometimes that community is going to show up with a patch or a contribution to your product's code base. Say thank you. You don't have to take it. If it doesn't fit your code, if it doesn't fit where you're going with your product, you are free to reject that contribution. But say thank you, be grateful. But there is not a reason to look down. This isn't it. And projects do this all the time. When people show up to patches there, they're like, yeah, this doesn't fit our direction for the project. Thank you, but we're not taking it. So you're not in any weird position here. But you do have an opportunity here. And the opportunity you have is help that downstream understand what an open source development model is. Get them to take their patch to the place where it belongs further upstream. What you don't want to wind up with is a situation where your downstreams, because you're a product, think they can just walk up and dump contributions on your step, that you're going to take them no matter what, because that's not true for your product, or that you're going to do all the work to take them upstream. They should be taking these things upstream. This is how they're contributing to open source. So if you do look down, what happens? Well, I want to be first clear. Looking down is not just literally the act of observation. It is the act of participation. And if you start participating or looking down, the most critical problem you can start to have is you might accidentally fund your rebuild. I actually almost titled this talk, Don't Fund Your Rebuild. And what I mean here is when you start trying to help a project that is downstream of your product be successful, you create a lot of confusion. Users of that project may think that they have your product, and they may show up one day and ask for support or something else. But they're not going to get it because they don't have your product, and that's going to be hard for them to understand at that moment because they're having some form of crisis. Your customers are going to be very confused about what your product is because they're going to know what the thing is that you've talked to them about, but they're going to also know about this other thing that you're doing over there and that you don't seem to talk about. They're also going to start to get there's also going to start to be a lot of confusion around where the value that you layer on top of the code is delivered. If you appear to be taking the same action in two places, yet you claim only one has value, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And it requires a lot of difficult conversations to try and explain this. And the more you participate, the more you start to lead to number two, which is you'll actually start hiding your problems. Because the solution to your problems is found by fixing your product. It is not found by relying on or propping up something further down. And what do I mean by this? The two most common examples of problems that I have seen in this space as I've been looking around is one, where you have a market segment that you want to serve, but you can't figure out how to get there with your product. Commonly, this occurs in situations, a great example is like academic or one of those market spaces where the pricing structure is just radically different. It could be based on a different counting unit. It could be based on different discounting mechanisms. The sales process could be radically different, something. But you're some reason feeling obligated to serve it, but your product doesn't fit. And so you point at one of these rebuilds and you're like, use that thing. That's not cool. That's not going to work out for you in the long run. What you need to do is to do the right thing, and that's fix your price books, for example, in this case. Fix your product. Another case where I've seen this happen a lot is with ecosystem issues. Sometimes your terms and conditions, your legal language, makes development copies hard for your partners to get a hold of, or you don't have an NFR, as it's called, not for resale structure. These are legal problems. These are not project or product problems. Fix your product, fix your legal. A huge use case that we're seeing more and more, and you can see the struggles in various parts of industry with this, is around developer evaluation, or excuse me, evaluation copies. A lot of times your ecosystem will take your product and bundle it or embed it, and then they want to give an evaluation to some customer. If they can't pass through evaluation of all the pieces underneath, then there's a problem. Fix your legal. If you solve this by relying on a downstream, you're essentially creating an abscess that is going to attack you from the inside. Having had the misfortune of having one, they are not pleasant, and lancing this wound is extraordinarily painful in both the real world and the business world. Do not do this. Third, if you look downstream, if you focus downstream, if you invest downstream, if you participate downstream, downstream has very different use cases and areas of focus, very different areas of expertise. They are trying to solve problems that are distractions for you. And I heard the gong, but I see I've got a few minutes left. They are trying to solve problems that are a distraction for you. They are not spaces you have expertise in. You don't want to waste your investment that should be going to help your customers. You don't want to distract yourself. And more importantly, you don't want to cause them problems by showing up and saying the wrong thing. The last point that I would have here is you don't want to compete with your partners in your ecosystem. Some of the downstream is going to intersect your partners. Let them navigate that problem, help them articulate their value, help the ecosystem articulate its value. But don't create a situation where you're actually disrupting your own ecosystem. That's not helpful. And so I want to leave you with this diagram and say, look up, not down, when you're productizing or commercializing open source. It fits very well in the space. You become an amazing actor. But you need to focus where focus is going to provide value to both you and everyone. And so I'm going to turn off the slides and see if there are questions or comments, or if I'm just going to get the hook off the stage.
Hi, Brian. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Sorry, we are a little bit running out of time, so we have to close down. There are questions, but we don't discuss them in the sense that, are you on Elements? Did you log into the Elements chat room?
I did log into the Element. I'm currently sitting in the community and education track, and my details were on the slides, and I'd love to have conversations offline or via Element.
Yes, if you join the Elements room, the main track, there is a question for you by a consultant from here asking about Red Hat Linux. And so I would ask you to answer the questions directly online, because we have to go on with the presentations here to keep the schedule with all the tracks.
Understood, not a problem. Thank you all very much. I will go look for the main track room and join it.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much. So, as an information for everyone, the other tracks will start at 11:20 because of technical reasons. We cannot delay the start of parallel tracks. So, in parallel to the SFS Award, which will be given here at the main hackathon, at the main track, in parallel, the other tracks will also start at 11:20 in some minutes. But now we come to the very nice part of the SFSCon. It's since 2005 that the Linux user group of Bolzano is awarding someone who has engaged to distribute the knowledge about free software in South Tyrol, and I'm happy to welcome Marco Marinelli, the actual president of the Linux user group Bolzano, here on stage, and Marco will announce the winner of the SFS Award 2021. Thank you for coming, Marco.
Thank you, Patrick. Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here again after awarding Davide Montesin with last year's SFS Award. I'm really happy to see you physically again, although I know there are many of you that are following remotely. Let me take 1 minute to mention that this year occurs the 20th anniversary since the foundation of the Linux user group of Bolzano. To celebrate this huge goal, we organized a sidetrack for tomorrow. In the program, you'll find talks that will try to tell you the story of open source in South Tyrol and what we have done to promote it, protect it, and make it evolve. I hope to see you there downstairs tomorrow, or of course, remotely. Let me also mention that 2 of our members will speak in the official tracks of the SFSCon. Today, here in the Crane Hall at 13:40, we'll talk about Andrea Esposito about the MoveEd project, and tomorrow morning in the community track, Andreas Christanel about the SchoolSwap project. But now it's time to introduce you to the winner of this year's SFS Award. The winner, born in 1953, has been very interested in practical things since childhood. The first industrial process he was involved in was the handcrafted manufacture of umbrellas in his grandmother's shop when he was just 5 years old. He studied physics in Trento, where he had the first contact with a mainframe with punch cards, and was an activist in student association. He was the first in 1981 to install a personal computer on a sailing boat racing around the globe. After a stint at the ETH in Zurich, he began working as IT manager at an environmental engineering firm in Milan, choosing and training on the SO HP UX. It was then that, while comparing the performance of digital and HP mainframes, he discovered an error in optimization of the Fortran compiler. He was one of the very first Unix specialists in software and taught many courses at the CTS Einaudi. He returned to software and joined SIAG, where he worked mainly on databases management. In 2011, he became a member of LucBizet, where he is committed to the spread of free software and open standards. In 2017, he became one of the main promoters of the project Sportello Open and Linux Shelter, a group of volunteers who offer assistance on GNU Linux, and also of the Repair Cafe, where he can unleash his creativity by repairing any object in the most unusual way. A scout since childhood, in his spare time he is involved in initiatives promoting an ecological transition to a more solidarity-based world. In 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, he promoted the foundation of the SchoolSwap project, collecting PCs to be reconditioned and provided on a free loan basis to school and university students who did not have one. His commitment has remained constant over time until today, managing and working up to 8 hours a day in the laboratory where the computers are cleaned, installed, and delivered to the applicants. For these and many other reasons that time prevents us from listening, it is with great pleasure that the LucBizet awards the SFS Award 2021 to Diego Maniacco. Congratulations.
What I have to say. First of all, I have to thank the group of persons who are with me behind the SchoolSwap project, which was not possible, must be said, without the 50 years old Unix, more than 50 years old, 30 years old Linux, and all the bunch of open source applications that are included in the software that we are installing on these PCs. A track will be tomorrow and will tell you about the details of the project. So, I don't mention the name of these friends, but there are many, many, many. So it's not just myself behind this project. Talking shortly about me, so thanks you very much for this recognition that I hope to be able to honor in the future. It is true, participating already in the childhood, in the design and creation of a complex object, an umbrella is such an object, is an experience that every child should be able to live. My grandmother, to my question, used to answer while she was working, sit and watch. The answer will come. Curiosity, left free to express itself, is the most powerful engine of growth to acquire knowledge. Knowledge of the self, knowledge of the world that surrounds an individual, knowledge of the relationship between this self and that world. The belief that knowledge is a common good has always pushed me to actively defend what today we call open knowledge. In this context, I include the free open source software, which has always been the subject of this conference, but also the open hardware, which has also been discussed here several times, or to broaden the focus, the idea of open access to scientific contribution, which spread strongly since 2006, when Ilaria Capua, then director of Public Veterinary Laboratory in Legnano, Padua, decided to release the gene sequence of the avian fever virus into the public domain by depositing it in a GenBank, an open access database, a decision that contributed to the spread of open access to scientific contribution. It is not possible to restrict the dissemination of knowledge through the use of patents or geographical limitation. The right to an education open to anyone who is curious must be defended, always and everywhere. I am convinced of the above, and for this reason I have always worked and will keep on doing it, including the reuse of used computers, brought back to life with an operating system such as Linux and open source applications, and provide you to young and curious people to navigate in the knowledge available on the net. That is. So thank you once more.
Run for the next speakers, since we don't have so much time. Okay, thank you. Congratulations again. I'm taking over the moderation for this part, and the next speaker is Lars Eilebrecht, who is now the Chief Information Security Officer for Polypoly in Berlin. And in his talk, he will introduce a more human-centric approach for RDF and linked data. Welcome online, Lars.
Hello.
Are
welcome.
you ready?
Yes,
you
I'm
just
ready.
have, unfortunately, 7-8 minutes, but we will try to keep the time.
I'll try to talk more quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start my screen share. There we go. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I'm currently working at Polypoly as a Chief Information Security Officer, but I've basically been involved with open source software since 1995, especially the Apache web server. I'm one of the co-founders of the Apache Software Foundation. So as the title of the presentation already suggests, I'm going to talk about linked data and RDF. I really do not expect you to have a detailed deep technical knowledge about RDF or linked data, but it helps if you're at least familiar with the general concepts. Specifically, I'm going to talk about data that includes or contains personal information and how adding semantic metadata helps to improve privacy. So what's really the challenge? I mean, linked data is great. I can I have data that can be annotated, I can link it to other data, and thereby creating these vast and large computer-readable graphs of information, so machine-readable interlinked data. However, adding and handling access control, and especially privacy control, is difficult for data like this. At Polypoly, we are working on an open source application that's intended to help users understand, manage and control their personal data, like their so-called digital shadow. So it's data about them, data they have created themselves, data created by their devices, such as location data, or data they have imported from other services, such as social media, travel agencies, or even government entities. So we want users to manage their own data on their own devices. But privacy is mainly about compliance. There's legal aspects, and ensuring that data is only accessible to companies and entities that are allowed to access and process the data for a specific purpose. That's the tricky bit. How can we expect users to manage and make correct decisions about their personal data if in many cases they won't even understand some of the data, especially when it comes to complex technical data? So there's a huge risk of user errors, sharing the wrong data. There's also a risk of becoming the victim of dark patterns, where the user ends up sharing data they didn't even want to share, or get tricked into sharing data without even realizing it. So how are we going to tackle this challenge? Well, primarily through establishing a common nomenclature that mimics real-life behavior. We are introducing facets and so-called spheres. So doing this, we organize data in a way that the user has a more native or intuitive understanding of how to handle the data of their digital shadow. So this allows users to identify which spheres of life some data belongs to, and which facet of their identity or which facet of the whole person was used in conjunction with that data. What we're doing on a technical level, on a linked data level, is really we are adding semantic metadata in the form of these facets and spheres and related attributes. Think of facets as the faces that a person shows in their communication with others. You could also think of this as roles. So a facet represents aspect of a person to the outside world. For example, a single person can be a family member, an employee, and a political activist, all at the same time. So even though these facets belong to a single person, they can be quite separate from each other. For example, as an employee who is a political activist, you wouldn't want or need your colleagues, or especially your employer, to know that you're a political activist. Oops. Did I just lose my screen share? I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Pressing the wrong button here. So even though these facets belong to a single person, they can be quite separate from each other. So from a linked data point of view, a facet initially is really just an empty shell with a name. And we fill the facets with data, with information by linking data entries to the facet or to one or more facets. Each facet would typically contain different data, but while some data may be shared across facets. A simple example would be your real name. Most of your facets will probably somehow include your real name and your real address, etc. But there may be some facets where you're using a nickname or something like a social media username, for example. Facets may have additional properties such as trust level or trust level requirements, ensuring that the more private or more sensitive data is only accessible to or shared with trusted entities. For example, if I'm an employee on a business trip for which I want to claim travel expenses at some point, then that's something I would want to share with my employer. However, if during the business trip there's some personal events, such as I'm meeting up with a friend while I'm in town, that's something I wouldn't necessarily want to share with my employer. So if we stick with this example, let's say I'm going to a different country for a business trip, then I have to fly to the country. I have to check in for the flight. I have to go through passport control, through immigration. Once I arrive, I take a taxi to the hotel and I check into the hotel. So I do this from the facet point of view, either as a German citizen or as a Poly employee, or in some case, the combination of both. For example, when I check into the flight, into the hotel, I have to show my passport. And at the same time, when I receive the receipt or the bill from the airline, from the hotel, or from the taxi ride, that's something I want to share with my employer to be able to claim travel expenses. So I do this as a Poly employee. However, while I'm in town, I want to meet up, let's say, with my friend Bob and have a personal dinner with him. But that's certainly something I'm not doing as an employee or as a German citizen. I do this as Bob's friend. So let's add spheres to this. A sphere is about actions and activities. A sphere is created through things I do or things that happen to me. Talk about the business trip, personal events, payroll expenses, etc. So initially, similar to facets, a sphere is just an empty shell with a name. And by linking data entries to the sphere, we fill it with data. A sphere may contain additional properties such as context information, attributes, connotations to more precisely define what the sphere is about and the data that's contained in it. A sphere may be linked to other spheres that helps with navigation, and a sphere may contain subspheres. So we had this example about the business trip. So this one could be a specific business trip for Poly, but I could also have an overarching sphere that contains all business trips I've ever done. So in our example, I have the overarching business trip sphere. I have a sphere related to payroll and expenses. So that contains information about the flight, the hotel, and the taxi ride, because I want to claim expenses for this. But when it comes to passport control, where I have to show my passport, that's a separate thing. That's just about immigration. And then again, it's a separate thing when I meet up with my friend. That's personal events. It could also be more precise. It could be all personal events with my friend Bob, for example. So where does all this facet and sphere data come from? We certainly cannot expect users to annotate all their personal data manually. So the majority of the data has to be generated automatically, or at least in a semi-automatical way. So the software that the users are using needs intelligence to create or select appropriate spheres and facets and related attributes. Examples, for example, this could be based on which feature or function of the software is currently being used. It could be based on some form of context, like whom the user is communicating with, or which service the application is talking to or connected to, or really any other form of external information or input. For example, things like location data. Think about the case where if I'm physically at an airport, then I'm probably traveling in some form. But however, it's still crucial that users are able to define all these details manually, because every user is different and may have different requirements on how they want to organize their personal data. On a technical level, how does this really improve privacy? Well, despite having to deal with more data, because we are adding all this semantic metadata to the actual data, we believe that writing queries for specific data becomes easier and more concise. I can be more fine-grained in how I write my queries for the data that I have. This also helps me to implement more fine-grained access control, and thereby being able to or make it easier to enforce privacy preferences. For example, think about a case where I have a Sparkle database and I could do this by instrumenting a query rewriting algorithm. Another big benefit is actually that by having all this semantic metadata, it makes it significantly easier to programmatically understand the semantics of data. And in our case, the semantics of the digital shadow of a person. Think about semantic data mining. So this helps users to derive more meaningful information from their personal data. So from a user experience point of view, this helps them understand in a better way what data they are actually dealing with. And ultimately, users are less likely to make wrong decisions regarding sharing of their personal data. The software which we are implementing is called Polypod, but we are still at the very, very beginning of actually implementing all of this. But I hope I could manage to pique your interest in this topic, and would like to invite you to check out our GitHub repository. As I mentioned, it's open source, it's under the GPL v3 license. So if you're interested or have some questions or feedback, drop us an email. We'd love to hear from you. I don't know if we have a few minutes to take any questions in case there are any.
For your speech and your talk. Unfortunately, we don't have now time for answering questions live for participants, but I think that in the Elements chat we can discuss them more
yes,
freely.
I'm going to join that. Yeah, I'm
and thank you very much.
Right now,
sorry that we shortened your talk a little bit, but
that's okay.
Yes, you were very good. So thank you very much, Lars. And now I go on with the next speaker. The next speaker is Florian Effenberger, the Executive Director of the Document Foundation. And he has been a free and open source enthusiast for more than 16 years. He will explain us what open source and cooking have in common, especially in communities involvement. Florian, welcome online. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So let me share my screen. Hello, everyone. Yeah, welcome also from my side to this year's episode of SFSCon. I'm glad to join, unfortunately only remotely. And my talk will not be a technical one, but I'd like to look a bit at the community aspects, and I'd like to share with you insight on what cooking together has common with open source. So a few words about myself. My profession is not to be in the kitchen. I'm a free software enthusiast for quite a while. I work for the Document Foundation. My technical background is in infrastructure, a little bit of marketing. And the reason we hear each other today is that I helped to start local Munich open source meetups, an event out of which the idea of open source cooking has grown. So for the meetups, that basically is a local user group meeting that we started many years ago with quick talks on a Friday evening at a central venue, bringing together users, projects, and communities. And that has evolved over time by creating workshops that then last half a day. And at some point, we came to the conclusion we want to have more socializing, but aside the technical bits. And this is where the idea of open source cooking was born. And I have to admit, the name was created because we had open source meetups, so we just called it open source cooking. And after the fact, we then discovered how much that activity has in common actually with the work in a community. So the idea started a long evening, probably a beer too many, and we were around 20, 30 people at the venue. We saw the kitchen of the venue and we asked, hey, can't we cook here for everyone? Stupid idea. And the owner of the venue said, yes, of course. And then we had a problem because we had to make something out of that. And it started many years ago. In 2010, we had about 15 events already. And also here with 20, 30 participants, I think the maximum was about 40 people. And indeed, the idea is to socialize people who have a common interest to do something, but away from your computer and your smartphone. And they bring their kids, they bring their families, and it's a nice evening. And then, as said, we discovered after the fact how much these things actually have in common. So what we do is, to me, working and sticking to the open source principles. First of all, if you start such an adventure, you need to work together. That's what you need to do in any open source project. You need to enjoy working together with your colleagues. And that's what we did. We enjoyed cooking together, creating a tasty meal. And yes, we see ourselves as a community. We have things in common. We have joint goals, a joint idea. And just to have eaten properly at the end of the evening is such a joint goal. And like in many projects, especially when they are just started, you need to be a bit mad, a bit crazy. You need to have some weird ideas. And it was the same for us. Many of us, as you will see, were not really skilled in cooking, but let's just do it. So there was a bit of adventure behind. And of course, over that, we made a ton of mistakes. But the trick is to learn from these, to document these, and then share that knowledge. So neither us nor others will repeat those mistakes, documenting things. And then we don't have 20 perfect cooks. We have people who are good in cooking. We have people who are good in decorating, good in organizing. And it's the same that you need in an open source community. Everybody has a specific skill set and they need to find their place. You need to contribute in what you're best at. This is what we need here as well. If the project manager is starting to cook and the other way around, will end up in a massive disaster. And then we need people to help us. So we need to motivate them. 3 people with a weird idea is a good start, but you need actually many, many more people to make it a reality. And also that we share with any common open source project. And of course, coordination is something that is quite chaotic sometimes, and somehow it works out, but it's still key to make that a success. And like with open source projects, what we want to achieve is that the result everybody can benefit from. Of course, food can be exhausted, source code rather not, but we want as many people as possible to benefit from what we are doing on those events. So we share a lot with many open source projects, so there are many ideas in common. And how do we do that? When I was sending in my talk proposal for SFSCon, there was a call for papers. And so we do a call for recipes. That means we ask people, send in a proposal, send in a recipe, what we could do. But we don't want to have the cliche that the frozen pizza in the microwave. We want to have some proper and maybe some food we would not prepare for ourselves at home. And ideally, you would do that with local support. That means you have people from a specific region with insight into the kitchen there, and they give advice, they give help. And this is also what you actually source in open source projects, that people with specific insight, they are the experts in their field, and they can give the feedback. And that's what we did. Then an open source project should be inclusive. Same for us. When it comes to eating, we have vegetarians, you have vegans, you have people who have allergies, or people who simply dislike food. And we would like to have everyone included, either by having one meal that suits everyone or by having various options. And of course, the fun part is usually the beta test we do before at home, because that ends up in a massive disaster until we sort out how things are working. But it's a quite fun part. And of course, open source projects do the same. They have bug hunting and the like to find out if what they are doing is working quite well. The next step is to actually compile something or to cook food. For that, first, we need to meet build requirements. That means a group of people needs to buy the ingredients, and that is shopping at a very large grocery store, and it is different from your usual weekly shopping. Because first, the amount of things you need, the kind of food we are preparing, and also the massive amount that we need to buy makes a big difference. And that also means we need some sort of, let's call it poor man's project management, because in the end, we need to understand how much to buy and what does it cost. And for that, we take a simple spreadsheet, a search engine, and try to find out what numbers to add there. If you miscalculate for 3-4 people, that still can fly. If you do that for 30 people, it's quite chaotic. And for the costs, we don't want to make any benefit. We just share the costs. And that usually ends up between 5 and 15 euro per participant for a 3-course meal. And that obviously is way less expensive than a good food in an actual restaurant. The next step is, I would call it release engineering. We need people who wear their hat on a specific dish, the starter, the main course, and they not necessarily have to produce everything by themselves, but they need to be responsible. They need to coordinate that. And when we are cooking together, we face similar problems as many open source communities face. First of all, as mentioned a few times, only a few people can actually cook. So we need disseminators who can actually multiply the knowledge, who can channel the knowledge. then we hit some sort of, let's call it infrastructure scalability limit, because 30 people but a regular stove with 4 hot plates, that is not scaling so well. So you need to plan around that. And of course, you see the amounts here, 18 kilos of tomatoes, 100 eggs, a 6-pack of wine. You need to do things in parallel. If you do it one after the other, it will take ages. And still, despite those efforts, our, I would call it, time-based release model is not gonna fly. We have food rather late, can be in the middle of the night. We're getting better, but can happen. And I think it's fair to say that with several open source projects, documentation is an issue. So it is for us, we still have a couple of recipes that we wanted to publish, but didn't get to yet. Then afterwards, we have eaten, we had some drinks, and everybody is tired and full. Then, of course, the cleanup process is not really working as it's supposed to, because then it's about washing the dishes and cleaning the place. That's not really gonna fly. What we discovered is that we usually buy way too much food, no matter how we do the calculation. And then we thought how to handle that, what to do with that. Trashing it, not an option. Giving it to those who already are quite full from a nice evening, we can do that, but there must be a better option. And we discovered that the local Salvation Army is happily taking it. And the positive side effect is that not only we have a nice evening, but also others and those who are in need. So we can do something for others. And we extended that, and then we're on purpose buying more food, investing a bit more money. That translates to about €1 more per person. For us, it's not that much, but for those who are really in need, and the stories the Salvation Army can tell you who is there and need their help, for those, it's really a helpful thing, and it's something good that we can do. We have a nice time, others have a bit of a better day. That's good. And of course, the list of feature requests, you see it here on the slide, is massively large. There's cooking abroad, which is a disaster in terms of regulations. There's getting more outreach, and so on and so on. So ideas, there are many. But what we actually face is also something many open source projects suffer from. Because I have to admit, it's a talk I like to give, but the last actual event took place a couple of years ago, and that's not solely related to the pandemic, but the problem is, as we see in many projects, key people are not available anymore. They have different lives, they grow a family, they change jobs, they relocate, and so on. And we failed a bit to grow people into the role. And this is part of any open source project's sustainability, that you need to have people to step in, that you need to avoid bus factors. And actually, now that we all are jumping from lockdown to lockdown, we really would like to, when times permit, make that event a reality again, to meet in person, to catch up with the time that we, to some degree, are lost. And so it's a motivation to kick off those events again. And to give you a bit of a better impression how all of that looks like, I collected a couple of pictures, and I see we're just in time for lunch, so I hope you will forgive me if I make you a bit hungry with that. But here are some actual real-life pictures of the event that we did. And this is, I would call it the source code of, I would guess, the salad for 20, 30 people. So it's not the full meal. It's the side dish or the starter. You see a lot of ingredients, big portions to cook for the proper amount of people. Here you see the famous stove, the infrastructure limitation. And if I remember correctly, that's a soup, and we have different flavors, one with meat, one vegetarian, probably one vegan, I don't remember. So we try to include as many people as possible. In the middle of the night, this is a nice picture, we discovered that we actually desperately need bread. We didn't have it, and obviously 1:30 in the night, the stores were closed. We had someone who in his main profession works as a sysadmin, but in a former life was working in a bakery. And within a few minutes, he produced this tasty, I think Indian bread it is, was fantastic. And that was his skill, although it's not related to his main job. Then you see a lot of handwork involved with manually creating those, I guess it's meatballs with a dough. So lots of people were contributing to that. And then, of course, at the end of the evening, there should be a nice ending, a nice sweet that we can all share and have a nice time. So you see, the idea of working together, cooking together is related quite a lot to what many open source projects do. It's a fun idea. It has a big social component. And I hope to inspire you to consider running those kinds of events. We are looking really forward to having those in the future when the time permits again. And thanks a lot for your attention. Thanks a lot for your interest. And then enjoy your meal.
Thank you, Florian. You're right. We are hungry because it's midday, but we will have another talk before having a break. I don't see questions at the moment. Also, if there are in the room some questions. So I have a question. Which was the best recipe that you made together?
So one thing I remember was those 18 kilograms of tomatoes for an Hungarian tomato soup. And we made one evening with Mexican food, and we discovered that near Munich, there was a Mexican store. They were baking actually the tortillas and the tacos themselves in an old oven. That was really tasty because you know the ones from the supermarket that are, wrapped in plastic, but they were making it fresh. It still arrived warm. And it was a new experience because I didn't get it like that before. And we discovered a store that we probably otherwise never would have discovered.
Thank you. So we have now also a good recipe to keep in mind for the next time we are cooking together. Thank you very much, Florian. I go on with the next speaker, Antonio Miele, an associate professor at the Department of Electronics, Information and Bioengineering at the Politecnico di Milano. And he will present the project EDI, how to enable distributed intelligence in Oniro. Welcome online, Antonio. Are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, just a moment, let me share the screen.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the slide? Okay. So, thank you very much for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to acknowledge also Professor Francesco Amigoni, colleague at Politecnico di Milano, contributing with me to this project entitled EDI, Enabling Distributed Intelligence in Oniro. The working context is Oniro. Oniro is a new operating system announced 2 weeks ago and presented this morning by Davide Ricci from Huawei. It is an open source project of the Eclipse Foundation involving various partners such as Huawei, one of the main actors in the mobile phone market, Seco, another relevant company in the IoT market, and many others. Oniro is an operating system under development for consumer devices such as mobile phones, edge and IoT devices connected to the same local network to form a distributed architecture. Main characteristics are the fact that it is expected to be portable across multiple heterogeneous devices, thus offering a sort of a homogeneous view on the application point of view, from the application point of view. It is vendor neutral, thus uniforming the heterogeneity of the various brands and devices, and again offering such a homogeneous view. And last but not least for this talk, as we will see, it is expected to enable a global view on the network of devices. This talk will delve into this last point. So, in this scenario, on September of this year at Politecnico Milano, we started a project called EDI, aimed at giving the operating system with a sort of unified view on the separate network devices, and consequently enabling an intelligent exploitation of resources of the devices in this distributed ecosystem. This activity, initially started with Huawei, has been merged into the Oniro project. Our goal is to define a middleware capable at giving to the application running on a device a unified global view on the distributed architecture composed of various heterogeneous devices, having different resources for processing, communication, and I/O, such as peripherals. The result is that the application running on a single device will see a pool of virtual resources that can be exploited for an efficient execution and interaction with the environment. This slide shows some simple example of scenarios we aim at considering. We would like to use our mobile phone to control any smart appliance in our surrounding environment, such as open a door of the apartment, order a coffee at the vending machine, or just switch on lights and start playing music on external speakers, or even start a washing machine. This may be something already seen in commercial devices, but we think that we aim at tackling the problem from a different perspective, as I will comment later. We would like to consider also more complex scenarios. In order to open the door lock from the mobile phone, we would like to authenticate by means of face recognition run on a mobile phone itself, or by using images taken from external camera installed near the room. For another example, we would like to have the music to follow the user among the rooms by changing time by time the external speaker. And similarly, we would like to customize light intensity and colors in the home for each specific family member. Finally, what if various family members are interacting at the same time with the home appliances from different mobile devices? As we can notice, there is the quest for a complex orchestration and dynamic reconfiguration of the available resources to serve the running applications. To better get the details of our vision, let's consider the door opening application from a system point of view. This slide shows 4 different aspects of the system: the running application, the devices together with the resources, and the location where each one of them is. So, the application runs on our mobile phone and is connected, needs to access the door lock and also a camera, highlighted in red. Which camera to use? The one on the mobile phone, or the one placed in front of the door and accessed by the edge device installed in the room? A current commercial solution is, for instance, to implement a backend application communicating with the one on the mobile phone to receive requests and act as a lock on the local peripherals, remote camera and door lock. It is obvious that it's a rigid predefined solution. There is no possibility to use the camera installed on the mobile phone. Let's go back on the starting point. The solution we envision is to provide at operating system level the possibility to access from the mobile phone to all the resources available in the network, thus offering to the application a unified pool of virtual resources. Thus, the application can select the one to use at runtime. In a more advanced case, the operating system will be provided with the intelligence to directly select at runtime and point out to the application which are the actual resources to use. So, in the case shown by the slide, both the cameras can be used. Or, in some other case, only one of the 2 cameras is used because the other one is already busy for some other application. This choice, again, is performed at runtime. In order to implement such capabilities of device virtualization and intelligent exploitation, this project proposes the ADDI middleware. This stack shows the overall system stack. On the top, we have the various applications, possibly distributed ones, running on the several devices. On the bottom, we have a bunch of devices interconnected in a local network and placed in specific locations in the environment planimetry. Do remember that devices can move on the planimetry during the time. Each device runs on your OS. In this scenario, head is a middleware placed on top of the OS, and we envision each device to run a local agent of the middleware. And one of the devices, or even several devices at the same time, is elected as super device. That is the one enabled with such a unified global view on the all peripherals and resources. We are currently designing the local agent to provide basic communication and management mechanisms. In particular, we need mechanisms to register and discover devices. Do remember that the architecture is a dynamic one, with devices entering and leaving due to various reasons. For instance, a family member accesses the home with his own device, or a device battery discharge occurs. We need mechanisms to exchange messages and data among connected devices. Moreover, we need also an infrastructure for device virtualization, so that access requests from remote are sent to the actual device, locally hosting the required resource. And finally, we need mechanism to perform application dispatching and scheduling. For instance, to start an application on a different device. On top of this infrastructure, we are designing an intelligent agent for device and resource orchestration and application execution. The design of such a component requires, first of all, a characterization of the discussed system in terms of the aspects and parameters, and in particular, applications in terms of characteristics and related resource requirements, and devices in terms of the available resources and locations where each one of them is located. To define such a characterization, we are using an artificial intelligence mechanism called ontologies. Ontologies will give us the opportunity to design in a subsequent part of the project a smart decision engine able to identify at runtime the optimal execution configuration. For instance, in the example at the beginning of the presentation, it will automatically select which is the camera to use for the face recognition. Just to give some further details, which are the application requirements, necessary CPU quota and bandwidth, the type of peripheral to use in order to interact with the environment, and the location where to interact. Regarding to devices, we characterize them in terms of the available computing, communication, and IoT resources they have. Obviously, each aspect can be even in turn parameterized. So, this is just an overview of the activities we are recently started in Oniro project here at Politecnico di Milano by proposing the EDI middleware. First results are expected next year. If you're interested, on the bottom of this slide, you can find our email address, and this concludes my talk. Any question? Okay.
We don't have questions at the moment, Antonio.
Okay.
We still have time, actually. So I think that we need to, because you finished your presentation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes, we have a question for the public.
Okay.
How it's working? So you go. We have a question for the public, and we will give you a microphone to you if you can come to the stage, so that also the online participants can hear your presentation.
Try, okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm particularly interested on the aspect of ontologies and how you're applying them. Are you dealing more with data management solution using like RDF and now, or are you going about developing a conceptual model in a more collaborative or standardized way to support these IoT solutions?
This aspect still has to be decided. Actually, the expert is my colleague, Francesco Amigoni, not myself, that I'm more into the details of the hardware and OS aspects. In any case, we think to define a conceptual models to describe the various characteristics of, as I said, the application from one side and the requirements, and the devices on the other side, the resources, in order to enable this kind of runtime matching between requirements and resources.
If I may add something, did you have the opportunity to find already some ontologies that are available and that are able to support your scenario, or do you need to build something new because there is a lack of solutions specific for this kind of domain?
Okay, ontologies for robots are too complex, in our opinion. We started investigating those ontologies, and I think that we have to define something more simpler, specifically tailored for the scenario I described.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. I see no other hands up in the public. So, Antonio, I thank you very much for your contribution to SFSCon. And now I would say that we start with the break, so it will be a little bit longer break. And we will meet here again at 20 to 1. So enjoy your break.
Woo!
Okay, welcome back. So we are joining SFS main track again after the short break, and I will now go on with the next speaker, Gianluca Antonacci. He's the co-founder of Chisma, one of our of the tech companies located here in Neutech Park. He's an expert in applied meteorology, atmospheric pollution, and GIS elaboration. He will present a method for calculating the optimal motorway speed based on real-time data. Welcome on stage, Gianluca. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so my talk will be about the development of an information transportation system aimed to calculate the optimal motorway speed for management of the traffic. This approach was developed within an European Life Plus project named Brennerlec, which was applied on the A22 motorway, the Autostrada del Brennero, and with the participation of 6 partners. Lead partner was the Autobrennero, which is the manager of the infrastructure, and then other 5 partners. It was a long project, 5 years, and I will present only a small part, which is about traffic management in high traffic condition. So, concept of the problem. In dense traffic condition on a motorway, you have an optimal speed, which is not the maximal one, to deliver the maximum capacity. Each road has a curve like that. Oops. No. The blue one, in which you have an optimal speed which doesn't correspond to the maximum one, but delivers the maximum flow in vehicle per hour. Traffic density, driving speed, and flow are strictly related. We can develop a different graphic with these 3 parameters, density, driving speed, and flow, which are strictly related. The optimal speed is typically the one at the top of the blue curve. In the example of A22, for example, we have 3,000 vehicles per hour at more or less 80 kilometers per hour. And this is valid, as I told before, for high density traffic. For suboptimal capacity, 2 different driving speeds are possible with different density. So we have 2 possibilities, driving slower or driving at higher speed, but different density and distance between vehicles. And the manager of the motorway has to recommend the better speed to drivers. So from the physical point of view, what we experience is that in high traffic condition, we can drive, for example, in a jam and experience the so-called stop-and-go process. The green car is driving normally, and in front of it, the blue car is braking. All the other cars are doing the same, and at a certain point, the green car has to decelerate, while another one ahead is accelerating again. So we have the so-called stop-and-go situation. Looking at this on the curve, we have that we jump between 2 speed states at the same given flow. And so with a little perturbation, the blue car braking, we have all the cars beyond, which are jumping between these 2 states, accelerating and decelerating. This is not good, both for flow capacity and for safety and for emission and pollution. So the optimal point would be to go towards the top of this curve, find the optimal speed, and drive smoothly. But the driver himself doesn't know which is the optimal speed, so he should rely on someone who can recommend which is the optimal one in order to avoid the stop-and-go condition. When driving, we can see only 100 meters ahead. We don't know what is happening 1 kilometer ahead and 1 kilometer below us, beyond us. So, but the manager of the motorway, using data which are measured online to traffic counters, knows all the situation of density, flow capacity, and speed in each point of the motorway in real time, so it can deliver a recommendation to the drivers. Now to the concept. What we did was to implement an algorithm which is called state machine, and it is based on real-time traffic data, flow, speed, and density, using data gathered from traffic counters and loop sensors which are installed along the highway. And we use a semi-automatic management system to calculate the optimal speed. Here we have the scheme with different thresholds in terms of capacity and speed. So we move from one step to from one state to the other using real-time data and delivering this recommendation to the drivers. Obviously, we have to distinguish all the motorway in homogeneous substretches which have a similar morphology. And each one has its own state machine running in parallel and synchronously. This state machine is part of a larger intelligent transportation system which was implemented during the project. Well, yes, the software was written in Python using JSON protocol to exchange measured data and elaboration. So every 5 minutes, current traffic data are gathered from the web service of Autostrada del Brennero. Optimal speed is calculated with a scheme seen before, and within a couple of seconds, the optimal speed is delivered back to the traffic control system. Obviously, we then need to deliver this information to the driver himself, and so, for this, we need variable message signs. We discovered that at least one every 2 kilometers is necessary to have a large cover of this information to the drivers, and the stretch where this test was implemented, that is between Bolzano and Rovereto, more or less 75 kilometers, is already infrastructures with variable message signs which can then show this limit, these variable limits in high traffic conditions to the drivers. So the state machines calculates optimal speed, gives back to the control room, this is the dashboard of the traffic control room, all the information, graphics, and current condition, and calculated speed, and also trends in time. And the operator can then click on a proposed speed, and this goes directly to the variable message signs in quasi-real time. A progressive reduction of speed limit for the 130 kilometers to 19 kilometers per hour is useful to stabilize flow and avoid stop and go or jams. In this example, for example, in a day with very high traffic, we see that the speed drops to about 85 kilometers per hour, which is the optimal speed with a higher flow capacity, but doesn't reach a critical state. That is, users continue to drive at a lower speed, but without stopping, which is the critical state. On the dashboard, in the control room, all these graphs are shown. So at the bottom, the velocity of both the lanes, that is driving lane and the overtaking lane. The same divided by lanes for flow vehicle per hours in the middle. And in the upper graph, we have a representation of the so-called level of service, which is a classification with 6 letters from A to F of the state of the motorway. A means free flow, F means cars are stopped. In this example, we reached E, which is high density traffic, but we didn't reach F. And this is the real goal of this system, avoiding people to be stuck in a jam in a motorway. We then, in the project, a large number of test sessions were done and then were elaborated, calibrating the system in the last 2 years. And calibrating this also meant, in some way, varying the thresholds in the state machine in order to have an optimal system. The last ones here in red at the right bottom are the tests which had a good result, that is a high number of vehicles with a slow travel time. It means goal reached. Okay, and we also compared high traffic days with and without automatic traffic control, and we discovered that in fact average speed with traffic control is higher, perturbation hours are lower, and average transit time is also lower. So the system seems to work, but we know it needs to be calibrated. We also discovered that this system could be replicated, but we need infrastructure, that is variable message signs and induction loop and traffic counter, which can deliver in real time all the information. A glimpse into the future. So nowadays, dynamic traffic control system and cooperative information traffic system are moving in the same direction. What do I mean by cooperative ITS? I mean that system of communication between vehicle and vehicle and infrastructure to vehicles are now emerging, and in the near future, we probably could have this type of information popping up on a head-up display in the car, and so the recommendation of the optimal speed for smooth driving could pop up and be recommended from the infrastructure manager directly to the users. And well, I finished, and if there are any questions, I'm at disposition, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gianluca. Oh, we have a hand raise. So if you can come here, so we bring you a microphone. Oh no, okay. My colleague will come to you, so that also online participants can hear your question.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Gianluca, for this nice presentation. Let me just ask you a question about, you showed this optimal limit of optimal speed limit being around 80 kilometers per hour. Is this independent completely from the top speed limit that is nowadays the one of 130 kilometers per hour? Did you have by chance thought about if it would be the same, the optimal speed condition, whether the top speed limit would be higher or lower?
So no, it is not totally independent, but optimal speed limit depends mainly from the morphology and geometry of the road. It doesn't depend so much from the higher speed limits, because the higher low speed limits is quite always in a condition at the right of the in the curve is always at the right of the in the decreasing reach of the curve. So I wouldn't relate in general to this. In theory, in some condition, it could be dependent, but in general, I wouldn't say.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. So, yeah, no? So, thank you very much for your speech, Gianluca. And I will go on with our next speaker, Pratesh Kumar. I hope I pronounce it correctly. He's a developer and data scientist at Limendo Consulting. He's also the lead developer of ECO, an open source AI-based contextual software for hospitality industry. He worked on this project for the last 1.5 years, more or less. So welcome on stage and present your results.
Hope you guys can hear my voice. Hi everyone, I am Pratesh Kumar. Short glimpse about me. I am a data scientist. I'm working in this field for the last around 5 years or something. And I have my master's in computational data science. I did it last year at the University of Bolzano. Okay, so my today's presentation is about a project which we are doing it in our company. It's related to the hotel industrial project where we are trying to find an optimal solution for a problem which is faced by the hotel industry. So this is my agenda. I'll start with the introduction of the hotel industry, then I will move with the 2 modules from artificial intelligence. One is NLP and NLU, and I will explain a bit about open source libraries which are available in NLP. Then I will explain the 2 projects which we are doing. One is Eco Request Handler and the other one is Eco Chatbot. And at the end, I will wind up with the outlook. So here, number of requests which are received by a hotel is increasing year by year. So this graph shows like just a rough number which is collected from Aztec province, Bolzano. There you can see at the year of 2019, the overall booking requests received by hotels in South Tyrol is almost 3.31.7 million requesters in 2019. Obviously, we don't have data for 2020 because of the pandemic situation. We were not able to collect it on 2021. If you see, this data is until August, so it is around 21.7 million requesters until now. So the main problem for the hotel industry facing here is processing the request from the users. For example, the request, it might be a hotel booking request, or it might be a request from a customer who is looking for offers. So how they are handling it? So they are handling it usually in a manual way, and they have some drawbacks. So based on this problem scenario, we are trying to find some optimal solution using AI with the help of NLP and NLU to process the natural language requested from the user. So here, what is natural language? First, the natural language is like, it is produced from a human like us. It might be an email, or it might be a conversation, or it might be a voice chat, those kind of stuff. So here in AI, we have 2 modules. It can process the natural language contents. One is NLP, that is natural language processing. The natural language processing is a subset of AI which helps us to process the user-generated natural content. Then it will split the content into different modules. then it will identify the relationship between each module, then that will help us to understand what the user is trying to say. And the second one is natural language understanding. So it is a subset of natural language processing where it will process the natural language, and not only processing it, it will also identify the context or the intent of the content. Let's take an example. It's like a statement like, I didn't say, he stole my pen. So this is a statement. So if you read it, then you say, I didn't say. It means that it's not true that I'm saying he stole my pen. So that is one type of meaning. So if you read it carefully in the second way, like, I didn't say he stole my pen. So it says, I'm not saying he's stealing my pen. So maybe he might steal some other pen or something. And in the third way, if you see, I didn't say he steal my pen. So it replies, I'm not saying he steal my pen, he might steal something else, maybe my pencil or something. Those kind of understandings can be achieved by NLU. So here, for our project, we are using NLP and also NLU, and I'm I'm introducing some popular open source NLP libraries which are available. Most of them knows NLTK. If you are in the curriculum of data science, mostly you will come up with this NLTK library, because mostly the universities we are doing some minor project in it. So each library have its own benefit and also drawbacks. So we need to choose the libraries based on our requirement. For example, in NLTK, if you see, it have more than 50 corporas. So while you are trying to train a model, you don't need to worry about collecting the data or cleaning the data, those kind of things. Some of the corporas like Wikipedia and other things which is already there in NLTK, so you can make use of it. But the problem is NLTK is not that faster compared with the other libraries. It takes some time to process training data and train the model. And if you go to the Spatie, it have like 50-way training pipelines for around 17 languages. So it is very helpful while we train the model in different languages. And it is written in Python, so obviously it will be faster and efficient to handle the large data. And the third one is Genism. It's memory independent, but I don't think most of the people are using this library, but still it has some benefits, like you can train a bunch of data even if you have a less RAM memory. And the other one is Spark NLP, which is introduced by John Snowlab. It was on 2017. There you can have some more benefit. For example, if you're training a model using TensorFlow, it will automatically optimize your training. Then it will give you a well-defined training model. And also it supports 3 languages like Python, Scala, and Java. And the rest of the other, they are supporting only Python. And these are the comparison between the libraries. And I'm not here to say which library is better. I'm just showing the comparison. So as I said before, you can use it based on your requirement. For example, if you are going with a basic machine learning algorithm or machine learning model, you can use NLDK. Or maybe if you want to use if you want to use a project like for text comparison or date matching, then you can go with Spark NLP. And for language, as I said before, Spark NLP have 3 different language support. So if you want to create your project in Java or Scala, you can also make use of Spark NLP. And let's come to the project. So here, as I said before, the requester handling for the hotel industry. Let's take an example. This is a sample request for a hotel. So if you see here, we have some different segments like arrival date, departure date, board type, and also the room type which you want. And if you see the bottom, which is highlighted, that is a field where you can customize to your request. So if you want to add some additional features for a request while you're booking a hotel, you can mention it in your own way, in your own language. So this is a sample request. So how the request is currently processing by a hotel. So you can see the process flow. So here the customer is sending a request to a hotel. So once the request reaches a hotel, there will be a guy or a girl behind the lobby. They will go through the whole email, or it might be a request from a tool. Then he will read all the requirement. Then he will identify the important aspects from the requirement. Then he will feed into the database. Then collect the related rooms or based on the request from the customer. Then he send it to the guy who is designing a template. So for example, if you take this request as the offer request, so if someone is seeking for an offer, so the email template designer who can design a nice template with a list of rooms with some catchy offers, then he feed into the mailing tool, and the mailing tool will push the email back to the customer. If you see this flow, this flow is like fully structured, it looks nice, but it comes up with some drawbacks. Like for example, processing time. The whole request takes some time to process. Then it also difficult in handling all the requests, because if a hotel have getting a lot of requesters, it might be a chance that the hotel can miss some of the requesters, or it might be a chance that they can miss some of the requirements which is specified by the user. And also the other one is operational cost. Though this process is really long with a lot of process inside, it will also cost the hotel to have a lot of operational cost inside. And the last one is multilingual content processing. For example, the hotel is open, so you cannot expect the request coming from which country. So if a guy from Russia or if a guy from China, they are sending a hotel booking request, so it might be a possibility that they can write in their own language. So the guy who is processing in the lobby, he might be facing a difficulty to process the whole request to reply it back. So these are the drawbacks. So to address this kind of problems, we are developing a system called ECO. So with the help of artificial intelligence, we are trying to create some optimal solution for this. So what ECO can do. So here, this is a process flow for ECO. So once the request sent from a user to a hotel, it will forward to our ecosystem. So if you see the list of things which ECO can do, it will process the content of the user. Then it will identify the requirements. What are the requirements he mentioned inside the content, and it will automatically check the room availability in the hotel database, whether the room is available based on the requirement of the user. Then it will calculate the price. For example, if the customer is adding some other features, the cost will be added up. So those things will be automatically done by ECO. Then it will create an offer. Then the offer will send to the user. So how it works? So here NLP comes to the role. So once the request received by the hotel, we feed the request to the ecosystem. We are using sentence detector DL, which is from the Spark NLP. So it will split the user request into different sentences. So the sentence detector DL is help to identify the sentence boundary. So it will split the sentence into different segments. Then we can use it for the further process. So the next level will be the category labeling. There we are using text matching machine learning algorithm, which we created on our side. So what it will do is it will match the sentence with the predefined sentence, and it will map the category labels based on the sentence which is sent by the user. So for example, if you see this table here, the left side we have the sentence like I need a room with a balcony. So here the balcony is a category, so this sentence will match with the balcony label. And if you see the last one, we are possibly arriving at 10 p.m. So hope the last late night check-in is possible in the hotel. So this will match with the last night check-in. So here we have the list of requirements. Then this will go to the database. Then the database will give some list of rooms based on the customer requirement. Then it will feed to the application. It will calculate the prices, and it will insert the text block. For example, if a hotel is not allowing a dog, if the customer is saying, okay, I'm bringing my dog, then it will automatically put the text block that, sorry, our hotel is not allowing dog, those kind of things. Then the offer is generated. Then the generated offer will go to the email template application to create a nice template. Then it will go to the email server to the customer. So this is a whole process which Eco is doing. So what is the project outcome? And once we did this project, we have tested this application in a hotel, which is a 5-star hotel, for example. Like here, if you see the numbers, in every year, just for average, the hotel is receiving like 15,000 requests. It might be a booking request, or it might be an offer seeking request. So for each request, for 15,000 requests, to process the 15,000 requests, it takes at least 52 days in a year. So for example, each request takes at least 5 to 6 minutes. If it is manually, it will take 5 to 6 minutes to process the whole request. But in our system, Eco can handle this request, 60 requests per minute. So it will be more faster. And there are other notable benefits, like this system can handle the request 24/7. So there is no delay in processing the request if there is a holiday or if there is a midnight request or something. Then also this system can handle multiple linguals. For example, we have a system which can handle 3 languages currently: English, Italian, and German. And in future we are planning to increase the number of language responses also. And the last one is the operational cost. The operational cost, as you see here, it can reduce up to 90 to 95%. So these are the benefits from the Eco. So our next project is Eco Chatbot. So same like Eco request handler, Eco Chatbot can also handle the request, but in addition to it, it also does some other functions. Like, for example, if a customer is staying in a hotel, he wanted to check some hiking trails around Bolzano or something, then you can open the Eco Chatbot and ask, hey, Eco, I need to go for a hiking. Then Eco will understand your request. Then it will give you a list of hiking trails or maybe a skiing trails or something around some particular radius where you are residing. And also you can also ask for the weather and some other informations using Eco Chatbot. So we developed the Eco Chatbot with the help of Rasa, and again it is an open source natural language understanding framework. So we have 2 modules. One is Rasa Core and another one is Rasa NLU. So Rasa Core is help to handle the text, and it will understand what is the context inside the text and what it need to be done. And the Rasa NLU understand the user message. So here the process flow for our chatbot. So the user can send a request through chatbot UI. Then the text will feed to the Rasa NLU. The Rasa NLU identify what the context of the user. Then it will go to the Rasa Core. So Rasa Core will allocate the action. Then it will move to the action server. So if the action is related to API request, then it will go to the API request, then it will get the response. Or if it is a normal database request like room availability or something in the hotel, so it will send the request to the database, then it will collect the information. So at the end, the user will get the output in his chatbot UI. So, and this is our demo chatbot. You can scan the QR code. Here you can find our website with chatbot widget. There we are developed it in German, and also you can find the other 2 languages, but German is more well developed than the other 2 languages because both Italian and English are in progress. And the real cool thing with Rasa, especially in my side, Rasa is Rasa is open source NLU. You can play around with the Rasa NLUs, then you can integrate with any kind of devices. For example, like Alexa, or maybe the robot like Themi, or maybe the applications such as WhatsApp, Telegram, or Google Assistant. So here you don't need to worry about downloading an app from an app store and installing it to your your application, mobile phone to use the application. Instead of that, you just need to open your WhatsApp, which is already there in your mobile phone, or you may use the Telegram to just directly ask the questions. Then it will you will get a reply. So thank you.
Thank you, Pratesh.
Okay, so if you have any questions, you can.
Yes. Are there any questions? Feel free to ask. No? I have a question. So did you try already with the hotel industry personnel? So how was this option perceived by them that are normally used to have manually so the personnel working in hotel or working with the booking normally is used to do this manually.
Exactly.
How they perceive this new option, this new...
this is the thing, because this is fully automated, so there is no need of, I cannot say you can reduce the workforce in a lobby or something, but it will save more time because as I explained you some drawbacks from the traditional way of handling the requests. So this system can automate the whole process, and also it will save your time and money. So yeah, this is and you can it will also as we tested this system, it achieving around 80% accuracy for each request because we already implemented it in a hotel. So it's running for the last 2-3 months. So we are testing it often, then we are trying to improve the accuracy of the request handling. So it might be a good solution to handle this huge amount of requests.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I will go on with our next speaker. I hope to pronounce it correctly also this time. Claude Nir Fonseca is a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Computer Science at the Free University of Bolzano. And he's the member of the Conceptual and Cognitive Modeling Research Group. In his talk, he will present the latest release of AlpineBits destination data and its main features. So we stay in the hospitality and tourism sector. Welcome on stage.
So, hello, good afternoon. Thank you for your presence here. It is a pleasure to be here and be able to share our work with you. I'll be talking today about the destination data standard, the AlpineBits destination data standard, specifically about how it is being implemented at the moment by the Open Data Hub and how it gives you a new way with a new flavor to access open tourism data. As she said, I am Claude Nir Fonseca. I'm a PhD candidate at the Free University of Bolzano, and I have the pleasure to be working this project with my colleagues Tiago Salles, assistant professor there at the University of Bolzano, and Professor Jean-Carlo Grizzard of the University of Bolzano and the University of Twente in the Netherlands. So in order to discuss how Alpine Beats brings a new flavor to the Open Data Hub, first I need to bring a little bit of the context of the use case that you are handling here. And for that, I need to talk about Open Data Hub itself. So Open Data Hub, for those who don't know, and those in the audience online who don't know yet, did not have the opportunity for so, Open Data Hub is a digital platform that is that's maintained by the Neutech Park and offers digital solutions online, open digital solutions. Digital solutions on data sharing, data access, and data visualization. And they do this by means of aggregating data from multiple data providers and exposing that to consumers who are going to drive business opportunities and so on. These partners are from the industry and from organizations that are provincial, that are state and maintained, and so on. And there are many players in this context. And when we talk about a solution such as this of a data hub, an open data hub, that is an aggregator of data that tries to do this middle ground between providers and consumers, we have a very important use case in order to enable data exchange and in order to enable business opportunities. And the case goes more or less like this. Usually when you have these providers and consumers, they work within their own silos, they're within their own context, and they develop their own solutions for that. And when trying to communicate and trying to exchange data, each of them are going to speak their own languages on it. So if you have this scenario here, where you have an event platform that has to consume data from a regional tourism association and from digital market agents, or even expose it to them as well, each of them speaking a different language is going to lead to a very high cost of this communication layer is costly to be implemented because you have to handle interoperability, and this becomes, if for each communication that you have to make, if it's a new endeavor and it's a costly one, you risk preventing even business opportunities. And in this case here, we have, okay. So we can say that Open Data Hub plays a role in the middle here, where it aggregates data from its data providers and exposes it within its own in-house developed API. And this is a case that goes into the core business of the Alpine Beats Alliance. So the Alpine Beats Alliance is an alliance of SME operating companies in the tourism sector, and which the Neutech Park is part of, and they have this role of developing open standards to ease this communication layer. So they develop and they promote and even do certification of these open standards. And what we try to do, in our case, collaborating with them, we try to build these standards for the data exchange such that all of these partners, they speak the same language. What this does at the end is that if everyone's going to speak the same language, you have to develop this interoperability layer once, and then you are able to access the data from multiple providers and expose your data to multiple consumers in this standardized way. So the Alpine Beats Alliance and the Neutech Park through the Open Data Hub, they build and they promote these standards. And the Alpine Beats Alliance is already known for one of its standards on hotel data that is already, I believe it has a tradition of over 10 years. And we have started collaborating with them in the development of the destination data standard that covers the tourism data for events. So this would include data about events, tourist events in the Alpine region, mountain area data, all of these things that are have specific concerns that other implementations of other standards may not be concerned with. So mountain area specific information, the trails, the tracks, the slopes, all of the geolocation data that's related to it and so on. So we have these opportunities to collaborate with them on developing this standard, which is now implemented by Open Data Hub as one of these initial supporters for this standard. And they are now already exposing this open data for these domains that I have just mentioned. But what brings the value into and quality to this exchange of data is a lot on the methodology that we adopt on the process of how to develop the standards. We do that in cycles that take 3 steps, where we go first on the development of the ontology that describes the domain, the description and the standardization on the data schema for the messages that are exchanged, and the APIs themselves that expose these data to consumers and providers in a system-to-system communication, I must say. So we have the methodology where we develop the ontology, which is a model that captures first the domain. In this case here, it's a domain on tourism data. We explain in a very precise and consistent way, experimenting with the descriptions themselves to get the agreement on all these stakeholders and how they, what does an event mean to them, what does a mountain area mean to them, and we use, which is our expertise, the OnTML language for that. So we build models such as this, where we are going to build the descriptions for this information. So in here, this model, we are describing what's the event plan, the phases that it can go through, so it can be published, then it can become canceled or something like, or some other way. They can be aggregated in some specific manners. And in this language, we expose many of the properties that exist when we talk about this in natural language that are not really explicit in this first moment. So you make explicit many of the underlying properties when you want to talk about information. And this is a way for the partners, even before the implementation, to agree on the meaning of data. And this drives the development of the solutions and the standard itself by decisions that, the technical decisions, they make sense based on the data that you're handling. And from this, we go into development of the data formats. Here we only use open standards that are well established and well accepted and well maintained in many languages and architectures and frameworks. For the exchange of data, we use JSON schema to describe JSON objects that carry the information. We define quality criteria about how this data can be shown, what are the required fields, and so on, such that we can have, this would be a snippet of a piece of data on an event, how we handle these things about multilingual description, what are the kind of textual information that we want to have, what's the minimum information that an event must have, and the relationship to other resources as well. And finally, we go into the description of the API itself. In this case, we have adopted a REST API style, working with HTTP, so all very well established technologies that can be easily integrated into the users of the standard to both consume and provide the data. And we also base all of that on already existing open standards, and we tailor them for the context of how we want these partners to provide data. So what makes sense to them in terms of the use case, system-to-system communication, the kind of data they are handling, and their specific requirements. So in the end, you have your, what you have based on this standard is how a client can send a message to an API to get back a specific piece of data on events, on mountain areas, on the lifts, all these things that are necessary to support the handling of tourism data in alpine regions. And we do this with the support of Open Data Hub, as well as early adopters of the standards and actually promoters of it through already existing Open API that's available. The focus here is to enable new business opportunities, and we have all of these implementations. The API itself, all the code is open sourced. The standards, the documentation, they are all available. So if you go to the Open Data Hub based endpoint, instead of consuming data with their in-house developed API, now we have also a subset of that data being exposed through this standard. We have all of the documentation for Alpine Beats. If you want to interact, we have an issue tracker for that, and all of the supporting tools and prototypes that we build are available. And specifically, I invite you, if you want to interact and you have your developers wanting to learn a little bit more, we have live documentation by the means of Swagger that you can interact with, build your requests, and learn a little bit more about the Open Data Hub implementation of this standard. We give a great priority to even though we come from ontologies and we speak of how to understand the domain before building these technical solutions, bear in mind that all of these decisions that we make are designed to ease the adoption of these standards such that it can promote new business. So one of the concerns that we have is how to give a great experience for the developers, how the end developer is going to experience the errors, how they are going to interact and learn about the implementation of the server, which now is Open Data Hub, but we want to incentivize others to come into the party and offer even more data. This is an ongoing process. We wish to grow. We are going to new directions. We have releases every year. They are available on the alpinebeats.org website, and you are more than welcome to join in and bring your own feedback into it. I would like to thank the Alpine Beats Alliance, its members, the Neutech Park, for inviting us for this great opportunity to build solutions based on ontologies and have this opportunity on technology transfer project. And specifically, I want to thank the people we interact in a daily basis, on a monthly basis, developing these things, which are Martin, Stefano, Rudy, Emily, Patrick, and all of the other members of the Alliance. So thank you very much for attending to the presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Claude Nir. Are there any questions regarding this topic? No, not for the moment. Okay. So I'll thank you very much again for your contribution. And I will go on with the next speaker for my moderation with you in this room. The next speaker is Andrea Esposito. He's a student, a computer science student at the Free University of Bolzano. He's coming from Bari. And I think he's one of the youngest speaker of SFSCon, at least in this edition. He's a Linux amateur and an open source software enthusiast and supporter. And he will present a very nice project, Move8, an online platform for to foster accessible mobility for elderly people. So welcome on stage and welcome to SFSCon, Andrea.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending this meeting. It's the first time for me here. It's a pleasure to be here on this stage. I'm here today to present a project I'm currently working on, MoveAid, a web app to foster accessible mobility. But before getting too much ahead of ourselves, let's present who is making this amazing project possible. The project configures as a collaboration between the ADA and the Linux user group Bolzano, of which I'm also a proud member. And the LUG is the main sponsor and endorser of this project, and which is has spawned and is currently being tested by the ADA, the Elderly People's Rights Association of Bolzano. They are our primary client, and they will be our primary tester. They will test the product. Hopefully, it will go well. We'll see. And what? Sorry. Okay. Who is currently working on this project? It's me, Andrea Esposito from the Free University of Bolzano, working as a full stack developer, along with my friend and colleague Marco Marinello. Contributing as a front-end graphical developer is also Francesco Mazzini, another friend and colleague from university. And clearly, whoever wants to help, you can take a look at the code right now. It's hosted on GitLab, but we'll talk about that also later. But let's get to the meat. Let's talk about what is actually MoveAid. MoveAid spawns as an organizational platform for one of the many volunteer initiatives of the ADA, which is the Solidarity Transport, or Trasporto Solidale. Right now, the initiative is organized in 3 stages. The first is a reservation stage, where a senior, she's a member of the association, phones in ADA, an operation picks up, and he or she gets his reservation. The senior needs to go from a point A to a point B, namely, for example, from his home to a medical facility, like a hospital or a doctor's office, and they cannot. So ADA provides their volunteers with cars, and trips are organized for seniors who need to move around town. The second stage is the planning, where all the reservations are organized and information from the drivers is gathered, and the various trips for the week are planned. Right now, this stage is the crucial one. It takes place on proprietary and not tailor-made platforms. And here is where MoveAid was originally planned to come in, to replace not properly adapted software and implement something tailor-made and more easy to use. Actually, over development, we came to realize that MoveAid could also help during the reservation and the riding steps, so the last actual step of carrying out the trip, picking up passengers and dropping them where they need to go, and filling out all the paperwork that's related to the trip. So proof of transportations, other kinds of paperwork that the operators and the clients or seniors have to sign, and which can be made very much lighter with the use of our project. This is, so to speak, a simplified diagram of how the initiative could work with the help of MoveAid. So the telephonic reservation would be left in place for those who cannot or do not feel skilled enough to pick up the phone and arrange a reservation for themselves on the site, because that will be the novelty. An online reservation will also be available with automatic confirmation, and all the information regarding the trip automatically being exchanged between the ADA and the client using SMS or email address. The second step will be the assisted planning, where instead of arranging trips with a pen and paper, gathering information on the availability of the various drivers, the operators will have an intuitive web application interface at their disposal, with all the info already already being present. Because the drivers, so the riders themselves, will have a companion mobile app for managing and navigating through the trips, and also getting the bureaucracy to be lighter. So, for example, all the paperwork regarding proof of transportation will only require a digital signature on a tablet for the trip to be completed. So, how does actually MoveEd look? MoveEd will present itself as a reservation agenda. So all the reservations with all the various trip stages will appear on a calendar, and it will be possible to assign drivers and vehicles to the various trip stages, going from point A at a certain time to point B at a certain time. MoveEd will also be a trip planning tool, where through the web interface, the operators will be capable of creating trips with consistency checks in place. So a person will not be able to depart at 8:30 and arrive at 8. MoveEd will also be a vehicles manager, where the various organizations, hopefully other organizations will join ADA in the future, will be able to display all the vehicles available, monitor their state based on maintenance features we will include in the companion app, and also from here a QR code can be generated which allows to pair the vehicle with the in-vehicle device. The companion app will allow drivers to already be informed about the trip, the pickup point, and the drop-off point, and the in-vehicle devices will also allow for real-time tracking of the various vehicles. A quick bird's eye view on how MoveEd will be made. A central server will be hosted in cloud using a Python server with the Django framework, Postgres database SQL database library, and also alongside the main Django installation, also a Django with Django REST framework is planned for the mobile API. A secondary server will provide redundancy backup and also will allow to talk with the third-party SMS delivery service. We have not decided on that yet, but this secondary server will be the one dispatching the various messages to the client through the use of a third-party SMS delivery service. And the main interface of the server will be available on whatever device through the use of graphical components, and on the companion app using OpenStreetMap as our main driver. So, who is MoveEd for? The three main categories which MoveEd targets are the passengers, because they will be able not only to faster communicate with the organizations, but also with a multi-language support. The clients will choose what language they would like to be informed about their trip, and also they will be eventually able to autonomously book their trips on the website. The operators will have a simple, standardized, and fail-proof management system, not only because it will be backed up and there will be backup servers, but also because it will be much more difficult to make mistakes during the arranging of trips, and they will have the possibility of tracking their vehicles in real time. The drivers will have an intuitive way to declare availability shifts. ADA will not have to phone individually every operator and ask when they will be available, but they will have a way to declare that on the website in order for the reservation system to be aware. The on-vehicle companion app will also have maintenance features, so if they need to refill with gas, for example, the organization will already know, and the bureaucracy will be made much lighter, as we have said. Before wrapping up, if you're still not convinced, why is MoveEd good? Because it's tailor-made for the specific case use. It spawned from an actual need of the ADA in Bolzano and will answer specifically to whatever need they will come up in the future. It is internationalization ready. We have already translations in the work. We are working on Italian and English. Obviously, German will be supported too. It is easily scalable. We hope that after the first tests, if the first tests are hopefully successful in Bolzano, we will be able to export the idea somewhere else in Italy. It's kind of redundant to mention, but it's 100% free and open source software. It's released on GitLab under the AGPL license. If you want to take a look, you're more than welcome to do so. And last but not least, it is eco-friendly because it will allow multiple organizations across the territory, so operating on the same territory, to coordinate and collaborate using the same vehicles. Before wrapping up, allow me to extend to you, whoever, either in presence or online, a little call for sponsors. If you want to sponsor a project and you're looking for a way to do it, we're currently looking for a provider of in-vehicle technological devices, so tablets we will install in the vehicles. Right now, the software will be tested by ADA, so the sponsorship program is offered by them, and obviously in the future, if other organizations will join in, the membership program will be extended to them as well. If you're interested, please reach out to us, sponsorship@moveA.id, and that is all from me. That was MoveEd, the web app that helps you in helping others. Feel free to contact if you want, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. It's really nice to see young people doing very interesting projects that affects also society in a good way.
We are happy to help if we can.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, a big applause for him. Okay, so we are now a little bit early to our schedule, but I leave you the floor now to the other session and the other tracks of the afternoon. So starting from 2 p.m. in this room, there will be the companies track, and I will also give you other information about the other tracks that will go on in the afternoon. So in seminar 1, software architects track, seminar 2, legal track, where I'll be moderating also. Seminar 3, IoT and cybersecurity track. And of course, it's in the meanwhile, you know that there is a hackathon going on. So tomorrow we will have the winners of the hackathon of this year. And these are the tracks of the day. So thank you very much for your attention, and see you around in the other rooms.